Warning. Incoming game. Warning. Incoming. Warning. Incoming game. Warning. Incoming. Warning. Incoming game. Hello everybody and welcome. Today we are doing tarot again and I'm really excited about it. This is the deck that we're using. Oh wait, it's facing me this time. Ha ha ha, excellent. I did do it correctly. I was worried that I needed to invert my camera, so excellent. Remarkable. We love to see it. But we're using the Relative Tarot by Carrie Paris. I've used this on stream before, but the sound was ass, so I'm going to explain it a little bit better today. So, excuse me, that was my burp. This is the box. It's really good quality. This comes out, but there's nothing behind it. But it's good that that comes out, because sometimes the little cards get stuck in there, you know what I mean? I actually didn't mean to take that out just now, and I'm tired, and I just was like, oh, this is coming out, I'm gonna go with the flow. I was foolish. Don't do that. We really do it live here on this channel. Okay, there we go, I fixed it. So, the deck, let me put it back in so we can see how it looks when you first get it. It's got its little ribbon there, which is remarkable. Look at that efficiency. We love to see it. So the deck comes in there, and it comes with this little booklet. And the booklet, it's not like other booklets that tell you like what the cards mean. It's really just talking about like ancestor work, and like it talks about numbers and like basic things about the major arcana and like the numerology. And I have notes on that on my website blog thing. If you would like my tarot notes, if I might be able to show my work and my research that I've done, all of that information is on my website, and there should be a link down below if you're watching on YouTube, and in my about section, or just at like the top of my, just like where my links are on Twitch. You know what I'm talking about. And if you can't find it there, it's just rubyraylee.com, and that's where all my notes are. But yeah, it's like a really quality booklet. Like, look at the binding on that. Like, it's nice. This is a really quality deck. I really enjoy it. Don't know why I'm putting it away. I'm falling apart at the seams today. Of course, what am I not? I'm just a bundle of chaos. So, let's get this going. And, oh, I did mean to put a note up really quick. Bear with me. I am going to add something because what was the font here? Harrington Regular. Boop-a-doop-boop-a-doo. And 72. Excellent. And the color is excellent. Bop, 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 bop. Entertainment. I can't spell. Entertainment purposes only. Just, I want to get ahead of it. You know what I mean? I just want to get ahead of that. Whoa. Because I'm not trying to have anybody be like, oh, well, you said my future. Listen, I told you to meditate. That's what I said. I told you to think on it. I told you good things might be coming, or bad things might be coming, which can be true in any situation. The purpose of tarot, let me get into this. The purpose of tarot is not to tell your future, because the future is always changing, and that's not possible. The purpose of tarot is to meditate on a deeper mental state. Whatever you see in the cards is stuff that you had in your brain already. That's why they're very archetypical. Basically, what we are reading is your intuition whenever we read tarot. I'm not trying to bamboozle anybody. I'm not trying to, oh, hello. I'm not trying to make anybody feel like they need to invest, in something, or like, I'm not trying to give you lucky lotto numbers or any of that. I am trying to get you thinking about you and reflecting on the self and growing as a person. And meditation is really good for that. So that's what we're doing here on this channel. And that's what these readings are for. And I just wanted to say that just super quick. Whoop, okay. Thank you so much for the, what was that, a follow? Thank you so much for the follow. And I am going to scoot that, to where people can see it. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Here we go. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, it's a little wavy arm. That's so cute. I love that. So right now what I'm doing is I'm just doing a little Celtic cross just for the vibe of the day. And I'm actually, it's hot as fuck, so I'm going to point a fan towards myself really quick. I'm going to be right back. Here we go. And I'm back. Here we go. Ooh, okay. I'm so sorry. I'm old and I don't know what abbreviations mean. What's WB? Oh, welcome back. Never mind. Sorry. I got there. I'm so dumb. Come on, cards. Let's get... Whoops. No. So what we're looking for is we're looking for one card to jump out face up. Because that's like... That is the one spiritual element, I will say. It's not? I thought it meant like play of the game or something. What? The internet is strange. What is happening up here? People are just making up words that don't make any sense. But that's also just language. Go. Whoop, there we go. That's a good one. And then, oh, I need my cheat sheet. God damn it. Well, I just so happen to have... You know what? No. I'm gonna get my... Wait, where did I put that? Okay, there it is. That lives around here somewhere. If you'd like to see my notes on how I'm doing tarot and like my spreads and everything, they're on my website. And that way I can like show my work a little bit. Do I not have that page in here? I don't have the page in here. And I am going to add the page on how I do a Celtic cross in there, eventually. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow, I am like so unprofessional today. My phone is on loud. I don't have my notes. I'm falling apart. Lordy. Okay. There we go. We got that going on. And this goes here first, so that's the recent past. Sick. And then recent future. Did what? Like make a website? It's kind of ugly right now. I'm working on it. But I want to like... It's more of like a blog. Oh, I broke it down. So, I figured out what... Because, like, obviously the major arcana are going to be, like, their own thing. And then I broke down... Like, the hardest part for me was the numbers and the suits. So I figured out what those meant and did those first. And then I did, like... I figured out, like, the Fool's Journey. And, like, all my resources are there. They explain things so much better than me. They're at the bottom of that page, on the tarot page. Those are just my quick notes that I have. But, oh my god. Once you know the Fool's Journey, like, it is so much easier to figure out, like, what they're trying to say. And, because, like, especially in the numerology, because, like, between, like, 3 and 7, and you'll also notice if you're looking in the notes that there's numerology and tarot, but also biblical numerology, because I come from a Christian background, and so that just made sense to me to have that in my notes. I'm not a Christian anymore, but that it's just what was already my hello, happy America Day. But it's just what was in like my head, what helped me understand things a little bit better. And so, but when you're looking at the numerology, you can see that like 3 and 7 and like there's a bunch of different numbers that mean completion, but it's different kinds of completion. And the Fool's Journey really helps you understand like, oh, this is like human completion and like completion of a team task and completion from a divine perspective, like of a cycle, you know? And it's fascinating stuff. But yeah, if you have any notes on my notes, please let me know. Come on, I need so many more cards. Come on. Oh yeah, you gotta. It's like, it's a whole research journey, which like if you're into research, it's fun, but it can be a bit daunting. But it's like any religious, you know, spirituality is about study and becoming more intuitive and learning how to engage as yourself in this world. So like it's hard, but like that's part of it, and that's how we grow, you know? Alright, I'm gonna start shuffling these another way. Oh, no. God damn it. Heck yeah. And there you are in the queue. And Firehawk, I will do yours as soon as I finish this one. This is the general vibe reading. So we'll find out. And already it's Queen of Pentacles as marked by the Tower, so we'll see. What's your take? I want to know. Okay, I'm gonna start doing these over here because I feel like I'm constricting the space too much and they gotta go. Like, they gotta fly. You never had a reading? Well, you won't have one today. Haha. I do. It's the way that you shuffle a tarot deck is you want the cards to like fly out. Well, I say that like everybody does it like that. You can shuffle it like a normal set of playing cards, but I do it in a way so that the cards will fly out because then the deck is choosing the cards. And I can't stack the deck to be something that I want to look at. You know what I mean? Does the creator create it? Ooh, okay. Exactly. I fully agree with you on that last bit. I also like, using different decks for that reason that you said of like you want to use it the way that the creator created it, because they have like a through line in mind when they're making these decks. Like I was looking at one that was like it's like cute little animals, and they like the pentacles are little pies and things. And it's so cute, but like the reading I would get off of a deck like that would be so much different than like a traditional deck or like even this deck, Whew, we finally have the cards. Okay. Let's get into this. Hokely dokely. Okay, so first we have our situation or main character, and that is the Queen of Pentacles. The Queen of Pentacles. Boo, boo, boo. Let me get my little notes out here. There we go. The Queen is a wiser, older adult. She has more experience, and it is typically of a feminine nature, in that it's a very, like, nurturing character. And then Pentacles is related to finances, work, and material possessions. In other decks, it's also known as coins, discs, or diamonds, which are all very much like financial positions, and like so very much like having to do with finances, and that's as modified by the Tower, and the Tower is a complete upset. So basically just financial ruin. The dropping of the stock market could be a really good example of what this is portraying. And I think that I don't actually know what that building is, if anybody can tell me what that building is. But the Queen of Pentacles here is Harriet Tubman, or General Tubman. And I think that's so, like, going back to, what intentions the decks themselves have, the story they're telling. This is financial ruin, this card usually, but with the added character of General Tubman there, like, that it could be specifically for, like, the African American community experiencing a financial disaster, or persecution or something like that. And then, so we have in our next position, the recent past, the Four of Pentacles. Fours represent manifestations, foundations, and stability. And Pentacles, again, is financial. So it looks like in the recent past there was stability. She looks very pensive about it. This character to me looks like she feels like the other shoe's about to drop. You know? Exactly. And then in the recent future, we have the Wheel of Fortune. And the Wheel of Fortune, if I can pull up my major arcana, and then that is 10. Here we go. Wheel of Fortune is very much like chance and about the cycles of life. Excuse me. And when we see that in the recent future after a big financial disaster or persecution, we actually, this is more of an act of God than a persecution. This feels more like Hurricane Katrina kind of situation, you know? Because the tower is usually not very, like, political. It's usually, like, a deus ex machina. Which is, in older decks, it's not known as the tower, it's known as the House of God. Because it's an act of God kind of card. Like a natural disaster situation. But then we see this card of cycles and this recent future of meditating on cherishing the lessons that life brings you and taking those lessons into the next chapter of life. That's really tough. Like this is a hard situation right here. That's really rough. Okay, so then in the conscious motivations, we have the King of Pentacles, who is Sitting Bull. And of course, this is the skilled person, or the older, skilled, masculine, empowered individual when it comes to finances and material things. So consciously, we are, and since this is for just the general vibe, I mean, this is, oh, you know what? That's crazy that this is 4th of July. Oh my god, I'm looking at this. Oh my god, no, yeah. Okay. If we think of this as the United States, because it's the 4th of July. Fucking of course. You know, we have this situation of, like, the, Queen of Pentacles with the Tower, having, like, a little bit of financial success, followed by cycles, and then we want to be, you know, up on top, but, I mean, we really just want, like, subconsciously, what we want is happiness, we want the sun, we want, freedom. Okay, I'm gonna just, like, think of this as, like, just a 4th of July reading, like, of the holiday. Because that's just what's singing to me right now. Okay, so let's look at these guys over here. So in our 7th position, we have the Page of Cups. Pages are very, like, childish. They're seekers. They have this childlike attitude, and Cups is emotions and feelings and things like that. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything on that, actually. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, in other decks it would be known as the Hearts. And so we have the Page of Cups, and she's looking very, like coquettish. And let me click this so that I can see. Boop, boop, boop. Here we go. And, like, she's got a little sneaky little secret. So she's got some plans and some childlike wonder. And that's in the attitude. So it's very childish, very emotional, attitude. The Wow, the environment is just fully okay. The Six of Wands. Ooh, the cards are saying abolish slavery. Yes, I'm so glad I used this deck on the 4th of July. Heck yeah. Okay. And we do need to abolish slavery. I'm just gonna say that right now. So Six of Wands, because it's not fully illegal. It's still illegal if as punishment for a crime, and so we have a big like prison pipeline situation happening where people are enslaved. Yeah, for real, abolish slavery. There was actually a bill that went through, I think it was last year or the year before, through California to abolish slavery, and it was voted against. And I think that's gross. So anyways, let's keep going. So the Six of Wands, we have harmony, cooperation, and healing. And then Wands is very much a energetic, motivational thing. Now, I don't really care for this depiction of wands, because typically I think of that energy as being consensual, but this doesn't look like a consensual situation here. This looks like a desperate situation on this card. Other names that the wands go by are batons, rods, and clubs. So this could be a very you know what this energy, what this card gives me? This gives me like Malcolm X, like fight back energy. Like you want healing, so you're gonna go get it, and it's got that fiery passion. And so that's the environment. People are getting fired up, and they are carrying the energy of General Tubman with them. And then we see hopes and fears. And we have the Chariot. Now, the Chariot's an interesting card. I've heard this card. This isn't in my notes, I don't think. But I've heard that this card can be about transportation, which is really interesting. It is in my notes. In the Fool's Journey, when the Fool comes across the Chariot, let me just read my notes to you. It says, the Fool is now an adult and has a strong sense of identity and mastery over himself. Through discipline and willpower, he has self-control. He has developed an ego and rides victoriously with visible control over himself. He has the assured confidence of youth. So this is a very confident card. You can see her little tiara. You can see, like, she's got, like, these sphinxes at her feet. And I believe she's strapped to something. It looks like there's wheels or something on it. I think it's a wheelchair, but I'm not sure. I don't know what she's strapped to, but we have this in the hopes and fears. So it could be hopeful that we carry ourselves with confidence, or this could be an indication of a lack of confidence and a fear of being overassured. I mean, there's a lot of war happening around us. There's a lot of war that we're involved in. This could be a fear that we're afraid of being too cocksure. And then we have the outcome as the King of Cups. This is interesting. So if we continue in the direction that this is going, and we heal the hearts, and we heal, we abolish slavery, we heal our community, we take care of ourselves, then we will get to this wise, skilled person when it comes to emotions, and this we will build the skill that is love, I think, and creativity and emotional intelligence. And that's what we really want to see. Frankly, I thought, for a 4th of July reading, I wasn't expecting that to be such a hopeful outcome, but we love to see that, you know? We love to see that. Anyways, so that's the vibe that these cards are given today. So, let's get into Firehawk's reading. Whoops. All right. Whoop. Nope. I love it when the cards are just like, you know, current events. Let's talk about them. You know? Current events and how they relate to history. Let's get into it. Nope, that's too many. Too many. All right. Alright, I'm gonna do this over here. Did anybody do anything for the supermoon last night? Whoops. Because I did a little blessing, and I did my first curse, I will say. It was warranted. There are these people preying on kids, and I was just like, no, you're not going to be doing that. And I know, okay, that sounded very loaded. I want to be very clear. They were Christo-fascists, and they were putting kids in dangerous situations, and I was like, oh, I can't, I feel powerless to control this, so I'm going to go to witchcraft. Ooh, lots of reverses, okay. Oh, but I see some cool stuff coming. Whoop. Oops, here we go. All right, okay. I better relax. Excuse me, that was my burp. I need to stop drinking soda. I have gained weight and I'm not a fan because it's led to health issues that I haven't ever had to deal with before. So I'm looking to cut out some sugar and alcohol, which is just spicy sugar. If we're big. Thank you so much for the follow. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Hello! I love that little, that emote, that's cute. Come on, just give me 3 more. 3 more cards, please. Flip you over. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the cards to give me cards, if that makes sense. Oh, here's one. I'm doing great. How are you doing? gonna write some more ambiance. There we go. Oh, that's a fun one. I don't know if I've ever had that one come up in a reading before with this deck. That's gorgeous. Good. That's good to hear. Whoop! Come back. You tried to hide. Ooh! Okay. Alright, friends. Firehawk. Let's get into it. Alright. So, we had... Sorry, that was loud. So, we are starting out strong with strength in the situation, character position. And then that is pretty straightforward. That's just strength, you know. And then that is modified by the 8 of Swords. And the 8 of Swords is 8 means mastery, accomplishment, and action. And Swords is symbolic of air. It's also known as Spades. This is about thoughts, ideas, words, and actions. There's a lot of it's got big like conflict and communication vibes. Very much about like because like it's swords but also spades. So it's very much like battle, but when we think of it as a spade, like spades are what would be used to dig latrines, so it's like logistics of a conflict kind of thing. And so you're looking into like mastery of these logistics of communications and being and having strength in that. So it's looking like this is about like communicating strongly and having holding firm opinions, I think. And so then in our recent paste position, we have the 9 of Pentacles. 9 is attainment, fulfillment, and fruition. And then let me look at this. That's like a divine finality. So that's there's completions that you can control because you finished a task, and then there's things that you just have to let the universe finish for you. And so that's what this is getting at. And it's in the reverse position. So it's looking like this is a lack of that closure, or some loose ends, some goals that still need to be met, or need to be workshopped so that they can be attainable. And that's in Pentacles. And so that's going to be a financial thing. But in the near future, we have the Emperor. The Emperor is a very masculine, empowered card. Very much coincides with Pentacles because we have that kind of like the Emperor. It's very much like traditional social roles kind of thing and gender norms thing. But like this is like, think of the gender male. Think of like what we think of in our society as being a man. Like if you could lose your shit at a Bertucci's with no hang-ups, like that's if you get that joke, I love you. Because that's a reference to Chris Fleming and I love him. No, so like this is very much in coinciding with like this strength of communication and this recent past of financial like needing to set goals. Like this could very much be like the empowering force. Like this is the motivation to go and ask for a raise. This is the motivation, the spirit behind standing up for yourself, and maybe even quitting a job that is treating you like shit, like that kind of thing. So then in our motivations, we have our conscious motivation, and that is the 3 of Wands in reverse. 3s are about teamwork and friendship and completion of a phase to start another. Like this is another, like I was talking about earlier, like this is another completion number, like numerology wise, but it's in reverse. So this is going to be, maybe you need to distance yourself from the group to focus on the self. And it's interesting because when we look at this card, this person is by themselves, which usually you don't see the, just a single dude with a 3 card. But this, I feel like this is definitely like about maybe not going with the flow, maybe doing your own thing, And especially with the wands, wands are very, like, they symbolize fire, or their sign is fire. And that is very much like ideas for a new project, energy and passion and motivation. And that can be that that spark. Like that is the, you consciously feel like moving forward, but you feel like you need to go and do it on your own in order to get to this place, to get that empowerment. And then in our unconscious motivations, we have the 10 of Wands in the reverse position. Tens are about the ends of cycles and completion and renewal, but this is in reverse. So that's going to be that there's work yet to be done and the cycle's not quite complete just yet. And that is a both divine and human completion with 10. So this is looking like subconsciously, like you feel like something needs fixing. You feel like either you need to fix it or somebody else needs to fix it, but nothing can move until that gets fixed, until that gets taken care of. So let's look into these spicy guys over here. We have our attitude, which is the star, and I love that for you. Very positive, very very hopeful. She is, I mean, just look at her. Stunning. What a queen. She is about renewal and like hope for renewal. Like when you, when the Fool encounters her, it's after a lot of conflict and like just a drama happening. And she is what provides this serene calm to him. And is the symbol of hope and inspiration. And then this is actually, you know how, so in the Fool's Journey, I have a note here on my Fool's Journey notes. This is the trust that replaces the devil position, because the Fool encounters the devil and he has to deal with the devil within himself and unpack those inner, those internalized opinions and untruths about himself and about others. And she is the healing that replaces those untruths and stuff. So I love that for you, that's in that attitude position. And then in our environment, we have the 7 of Swords. Sevens being... Where's my 7? 7's being reflection, logical assessment, and control, but this is in reverse, so it's feeling out of control. Maybe there's too many options. Maybe there's a lack of focus, or maybe you have like tunnel vision. You're too focused on something. But the energy's too, the environment is too focused on something. And then Swords, of course, is that conflict, that communication. So maybe there's an overabundance of communication and overabundance of ideas happening, too many cooks in the kitchen. That's what I'm getting from this. And especially from his position of like, oh, I've got to grab all the swords and I feel like I'm being sneaky, you know, like this is very much like the environment is toxic. This feels like a work environment kind of thing. And then in Hopes and Fears, we have the 6 of Pentacles. Absolutely gorgeous card. And this is about harmony, cooperation, and healing. So this would be your hope. You want things to get better. And this is of Pentacles, so that's financial things. And then we have, so you want things to get financially better. And then in the distant future, if you continue in the path that you're taking, the path that you're on, the path that this is explaining anyways, then what the outcome is going to be is the Ace of Pentacles, which is huge because this is about new beginnings and a new journey. And we love a new beginning when it comes to finances. We love a new career path. So, do you have any questions or clarifications? Because I can pull another card and see if we can get some clarification on any of these things. Firehawk?
We may have lost Firehawk. That's alright. If you ever miss your reading, then you can always take a look at it on the VOD on my YouTube channel. They upload at midnight the day that I do the live stream. Because I literally just upload it and schedule it for midnight, like immediately after the stream. Alright, Danger Zone, it is your turn. Let's get into it. Let me... Boop, 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 boop. There we go. Sorry, my thing is freaking out. I forgot to hit the button. So, Danger Zone, you are next. Ooh! Ooh, okay. What does H think of this person? Let's see, let's see. Is H a man? Or... Oh, hello, welcome. Welcome to chat. Or of the, I don't know. Male presenting. Female. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I think... Okay. I'm gonna restart this because this is a very male presenting card, and we heard the question after, and I don't want it to like... I don't want to confuse the deck. So, okay, there we go. Alright. Let's see, let's see. Oh, that's one I haven't seen either. I don't use this deck very often, and I really should. Wah! I never modified that. There we go. Woo! I almost messed up. Here we go. I also don't know. This is my first time using the screen limits queue. I don't know if I'm doing it right. So, let me know if you have any notes. Alrighty. Come on, bud. There we go. I want to get like one of those desk mats for doing tarot so that I don't have to worry about the levels of this picture frame with a scarf in it. I mean, the scarf looks great, but I want to get one of those, like, because I used to play a lot of Magic the Gathering, and those mats, it just feels so good to put cards on them. Alright, almost there. Okay, let me flip you over. Maybe that's the issue.
go. Oh, that's another one I haven't seen in a reading before. Come on, little guys. Show me what you got. Thank you. Ooh, justice. Okay. Okay. Alright. Chariot? Okay. Alright. See? Okay. Cute. I see what you're doing there, deck. Okay. Excellent. Alright. So, in the situation or character card, we have the Ace of Swords. This is about new beginnings and a new journey, as it pertains to communication, thoughts, ideas, and actions. This can be about a conflict. It could also be about a conflict of interest. It could be a conflict of emotions, like if you're emotionally conflicted, leading to a lack of communication. But this isn't suggesting a lack of communication. This is suggesting a new communication, if that makes sense. And then it's modified by the Knight of Cups, who is... Ooh, okay, yes. That's where the emotions come in. So Cups is a very emotional, very heart-driven suit. And the Knight is very gung-ho, very much like... He's thought of as like the apprentice. He's learning. This is a like a teenager kind of. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. That snuck up on me. A teenager who is very much like in love situation. So okay. So we have in the recent past, we have the Three of Swords. Threes being teamwork, friendships, and a completion of a phase to start another. And then it's of Swords, and it's in the reverse position. So, it looks like... So this, in the reverse, the Three in the reverse is a distancing of the self from a group to focus on the self. When we look at this card, this is very interesting. He's taken a sword to the head, and he also... It looks like his heart has been stabbed 3 different times. He's holding a sword, but he's holding it by the blade, so that's not ideal. We don't like to hold swords by the blades. We'll hurt ourselves. So there's an infliction of pain here, perhaps from the friend group, perhaps from the self regarding the friend group in the recent past, or the team. In the recent future, we see the Six of Pentacles, and we saw that in the last one. This is about harmony and cooperation and healing, and it can be financial with it being Pentacles. It could also be just material. This can be very much like just going out and touching grass. Like Pentacles, its element sign is Earth, so it could be just an engagement and harmony with your earthly self and your earthly desires in that way, and contentment, I would say. We have in our conscious motivation the King of Wands. The king is a very skilled person. He's skilled in and is a mentor to others. And the wands are their element is their element is fire, and they are about spirituality, energy, motivation, passion.
this could be about life's purpose, idea for a new direction, could be involvement with deities. So yeah, so consciously we're wanting to be this person, this wise, skilled person. And then subconsciously we have the Five of Pentacles, which is in reverse, and that's about denial, reluctance to face conflict, and change. And Pentacles is very much, again, earth and finances and material things. So this could be subconsciously like you don't want to talk about things with this person. Like you're afraid of what's going to happen if you communicate what's going on regarding this very earthly situation, this very human situation. So let's look at our 4 modifiers. We have our attitude, which is that of justice. You want a good and just outcome, and I love that for you. I love this idea. This is very hopeful when I see this in an attitude position, because you just want what's right, you know? And then in the environment, we have the Page of Cups, but it's reversed. So Page of Cups is a very childish way of approaching the heart, very childlike, just not very experienced way of approaching your emotions. And then and then this is reversed. So this could be maybe people are being childish around you when it comes to emotions, or they're making like quick decisions when it comes to relationships with other people. And then in our hopes and fears, we have the Chariot, and this is about being sure of yourself. You hope to be this this confident person. You hope to have the ability to confront someone or just carry on with confidence, but that can also be a fear because it's difficult to be confident. And then ultimately we have this in the final outcome, or the distant future outcome. If you continue down this path, we have this this card, the Emperor card, who is very empowered and has very masculine energy, and has and is able to go and assert himself appropriately and wisely, with grace and with confidence. So it's looking like I'm not seeing how. The original question was, how does H feel about you? What I'm seeing here is, I feel like what's going to show us, maybe this is what they want you to be. They want you to be this confident person. They want you to speak up for your beliefs. They want you to be mature. And they want good things for you. And they want let me look at 6 again. They want this harmony and this healing and communication. It's looking like they want you to reach out regarding how you're feeling.
What I'm seeing here. Um, Maybe they're with justice here. Maybe it's. Maybe there was a conflict, or maybe there was a mistake or something that happened, um, and they want it to get cleared up, or maybe they just want. I don't know. There's something about justice here that is their attitude. Maybe they believe it. You know what? It's they believe that it would be just for you to speak up for yourself and have that confidence. They believe you deserve that confidence. There was a conflict. Okay. I think what I'm getting here is they really do want you to be okay. They genuinely do want you to have like a good outcome. They genuinely wish you the best. Like, you know, there's those people who are just like, okay, I wish you the best, and but it's like they're telling you to fuck off. Like, this is very much they genuinely do want you to. They genuinely want you to be okay, and feel confident and feel like you can speak up for yourself. Um, they just might not be emotionally mature enough to deal with a healing conversation just yet. Um, Especially with like, because it looks like we see a lot of pentacles here. It may be like they're just not having some of their basic needs met, by their like whatever their situation is, so they could be experiencing some like maybe emotional stunting, but also it could be like a they just can't deal with the emotions right now because everything feels emotional because the basic needs aren't being met. Like if they have any kind of like financial or food insecurity or any kind of insecurity like that, that could be an issue. Or if they're in like a broken home, or something like that could be part of what's getting in their way. But they genuinely do want you to, like, this is their desired outcome for you. They want you to be like this perfect, or not perfect, but they want you to be this mature mentor to others. And I don't know if it's an agreement, but it is very much like one of friendship. Like they genuinely do think of you as a friend and an ally, I think, and wish you the best. Are there any questions, or would you like a clarifying card or anything like that? I'll give you a little bit of time. You'll take a clarify card? Okay.
Let's see. Let's get clarification on this person. All right. Okay. So, I see temperance in reverse here. Temperance being like moderation and oh my god, let me pull up my notes. I'm so sorry. I'm just having the biggest brain fart right now. This is this one. Temperance. There we go. It's about peace and patience and moderation. And since it's in reverse, it's maybe about excess and about maybe going against the grain, because temperance, when it's upright, can also be about going with the flow. This can be about inflexibility. It can also be about, temperance it can also be about alcohol. And this could be maybe an alcohol issue, or it could be, it's very rare that it's actually about alcohol, but it could be something akin to that. Maybe, you know what I'm getting is just like patience. Like you just want, I think they just want you to be patient with them. And that's what this clarification card is telling us. They need space to grow so that they can form better opinions and firmer beliefs about themselves and others. So they need that patience and that space to grow, if that makes sense. I will say, since the original question was what somebody thinks of you, I will say a lot of times when people are thinking of other people, it's not so much oh, I love them, oh, I hate them. Like, that's how they would communicate their altogether feelings. But it's like deep down, it's much more complicated. And I think a lot of times when we have really solid opinions about someone who we're not really communicating with, either that can be a mark of immaturity, or it can be the lack of communication can be the indicator of the emotion. What I'm seeing from this reading here, it's really just like a childish, this person just doesn't know themselves enough to form a solid opinion about another person. That's what I'm getting from this reading here, especially with that clarification card of temperance being like patience and peace and meditation and moderation. Excuse me. I think this person just needs to grow. I see. Do you think they thought of you as an enemy or as like a lover, or they also might not be good at like expressing friendship, depending on their environment that they grew up in. I grew up in an environment that was very much like emotionally stunted, so I never learned how to communicate until I was well into adulthood, like whether or not I had feelings of friendship towards people. So that could be part of what's going on. Gotcha. I think sometimes people can be very selfish. Um, and sometimes people can be very protective of their time. It could be that this person either, there's just so many people in their life that they have, like, that they're close to. They might not have it in, like, because we have an energy budget, each and all of us. We have an energy budget of, like, who do we have, like, energy for in a given time frame. And I know that I definitely struggle with this, like, making time for people. It could be that, like, unless they're being, like, aggressive with you, then it's, like, very much like there's something going on. What I'm seeing from the cards is this person just needs, like, room to grow as a person, because they don't know who they are yet. So if something aggressive happened, like if they were an aggressor, then what's happening is they're being emotionally, like, what the cards are saying is they're being very emotionally immature, which is what this is indicating. And especially the Knight and the Page of Cups in this reading, like, they're just a very emotionally immature person. But also, like, it could just be that, like, they, like, if that reading is wrong, if I'm interpreting it incorrectly, it could be that maybe they are emotionally mature, but they know their body enough to know that they don't have energy for everybody in their life, That's really hard. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah. Man, yeah. I've been there. And I think, oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, it might not be a bad idea to pull back a little bit from that friendship, because it seems to me like this person is very, I mean, especially when you say that, like, I just want to, wow, and they don't invite you. Wow. This person sounds like, if not directly toxic, like they're really affecting you. It might be good to kind of pull away from that friendship and try to invest in somebody else, which can be really difficult, especially if, like, that's your only access to community and stuff, because it's hard to find another community. But I don't think it's direct hatred. I don't get disdain from this at all. What I get is a lack of insight. If you reach out to them, what I'm seeing from, like, the ultimate outcome and from the recent future, like, desires, I think that asking yourself, like, asking if you can go to stuff with them, I think that would be a good move before you, like, completely, like, cold turkey, like, cut them out of your life. I think communicating the hurt of feeling left out, I think that would be really good. It would help them mature as well. And I think it would be okay to maybe take that mask off and not pretend like everything is okay. Like, it's okay to be offended when people don't invite you to stuff when, like, you're supposed to be part of the group, Like, it's okay to be upset about that. And I think it's important to communicate as well as you can. And learning how to communicate these hurts is very much a skill in and of itself. If um, it might, be a little bit of a conflict at first, but you'll get used to. The more you talk about, like, hey, I feel really left out. The more you get used to saying it in a way that like isn't as emotionally charged. It's important to definitely have a conversation with this person, and be like, hey, I think you're hella chill and I want to hang out with you more, but I feel like I'm not getting invited to stuff, and I want to make sure that we're cool, Um, and I think, oh, she doesn't talk to you anymore. Okay, gotcha. So maybe some space for sure. Did like something happen? Like, did you guys have an argument, or cuz like it could be that they're just like not, it could be that they just need some patience. Um and it could be that like they just need a little bit of space. Um there was a fight. Gotcha. Um yeah, definitely give them some space, cuz if there's a fight, there's definitely some healing that needs to happen. So, and I think that's some healing on both ends for sure. Um I think that's what, okay, got you. That's what we're seeing here. Yeah, they don't. Okay, yes, because we have the conflict here, we have the healing here, and the harmony here. Got it, got it, got it. Okay. So yeah, and then the temperance. Okay, yes. So they don't hate you, um, but they need some space and they need some room to grow as a person in order to come to a place where like you guys can be chill again. It's probably best to not reach out at this point. Um, Having that context, definitely give them some space, and then like when you feel like the time is right, and definitely meditate on yourself and see, because you want to be careful whenever you're talking to somebody after a conflict. You want to be careful that you're not doing it to put a band-aid on the situation, or like um or just like apologize so you can have apologized, which is, I don't think is something that you would do, but I know that I've done this where I'm like, okay, so I've said I'm sorry, so now you legally have to be okay with me, and like that's not a thing. And so we have to be careful that we're not just apologizing to apologize. If there is apology that needs to happen, um, it's important to like remember that people need some space to heal, um, and wait for a time where it's organically right, um, to like reach out and say, hey, I know that wasn't cool and I just want to make sure that we're good. And it looks like right now isn't quite that time. They definitely need some more space to heal and to reflect on themselves and figure out why they had the reaction they did, and why, they had the behaviors that they did, or whatever. Is that a little bit more helpful? Okay. All right. Any other questions or anything before I move on to my next reading? Okie dokie. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to looking like that's gonna be gigiglomez. Alright. Excellent. Thank you so much for letting me do this reading for you. That was a privilege. Let's do this. Alright. Are you reading? Danny's trying to do magic on me. And Dean, she only got into this because she's seen her practice basically using it as an aesthetic. Oh, okay. So, okay, got you. So we're worried about so we're doing some divination. And we are, you put protection on us both. Okay, okay. Good. Let's see. So, I'm trying to think if this is the most efficient way to look for this. Let's see. We need to is somebody. So we're looking. Let me make sure I have this situation correct. This person is new to magic, and you're afraid that they might have done magic against you and your friend. Either by accident or on purpose, because they're using it as an aesthetic, but they don't know what they're messing with. So you've put protection on both of you guys. Is that correct, or? Okay, sick. Let's see. I'm gonna do a Celtic Cross, because that's the one I'm the most familiar with. And it might give us a little bit more insight into the situation. Here we go. Ooh, High Priestess. Immediately, we are... and it's reversed. Okay, sick. So the cards are on the same page. We are moving forward. We're going to figure this out together. And then I might just do a little... Do I have space for candles after this? After I do this reading, I might do a little candle thing. She's nitpicking everything about me and basically turning herself into me. Ooh. Okay, so maybe a little bit of jealousy, a little envy. She's trying to get that vibe. I've been in that position. I once was... I have so been in that position. I was once going after this guy, and this other girl was also going after this guy, and she literally dyed her hair to look exactly like me. Oh, and she like changed her glasses to look like mine. Oh my god, it was so embarrassing for her. But honestly, super flattering, I have to say. Because like the best, what is it? Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. So maybe she's just trying to like be like you, not necessarily against you. Or it could be very adversarial. We'll see. So far, so good. This is me person. I know I tried to leave one, but for real. Honestly, completely fair. And frankly, I don't know if y'all do any like divination with black mirrors or anything like that. But I have, whenever I felt like spiritually stalked by someone, that has helped me a lot. Also, like the crystal. I know crystal balls are such a stereotype, but crystal balls have really helped when I'm feeling like, is there somebody freaking messing with me? We could also do a return to sender at the end of this, if you're feeling like depending on how this reading goes. Whoop, come back. I'm trying to hide.
Interesting. Okay. That's 2. I need just 1 at a time, boys and gals. Let me sneeze. Excuse me. Almost there. Just getting 3 more. His messages, everything. I was respecting them. She thought that if he couldn't leave me alone, it was a love spell. You know what? She could be cursing herself with that, frankly. Depending on how she did that love spell. She could have just... You know what I mean? Like, she could have just been like... Okay. So, like, she's trying to come after you. She's doing all kinds of spells and stuff. She's trying to keep your ex from coming after you. You're trying to be respectful, give them space. And so you're, like, protecting your peace. And she's just chaos. Honestly, I wouldn't worry too much about her because it sounds like she's gonna, you know, fuck herself up. But let's definitely see what the cards say. Honestly, broke him out of it. I would imagine so. I would imagine so. Woo. Okay. Ooh. Alrighty. Oakley dokley. Excuse me. Hang on, I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna be right back. For real, just like 2 seconds. Oh, Jesus. I'm back. I'm coming. Oh, girls are jealous of me. Does that smell like piss? Did you piss? I think my dog just had an accident. I'll clean it up later. Okay. A lot of girls were jealous of me. And that it was an actual connection. Of course, can deal with it, so I let you know about protection. Completely fair. Completely fair. Alright. So, let's get into this. So we got our question, which is she trying to get at you? Like, not at you, but like, is she trying to like mess with you and kill your vibe? You know, hello, welcome to chat. Alright, so immediately we have the High Priestess in reverse, because of course we do. And that's modified by the Two of Pentacles. And let me just remember what the Two of Pentacles means. I'm pretty sure it's also having to do with like magic and stuff. Oh, okay, so this is like partnerships and balance. That is reversed, so this is like a disharmony, lack of balance. And thank you so much for the follow, I appreciate you. When it comes to it's Pentacles, I'm going to say that this is, especially as modified by the High Priestess, this is exactly what we're looking at. Oh, thank you so much for the follow as well. Okay, so this is clearly, like, the situation. And, okay, so recent past, we have the Five of Wands, which is conflict, change, instability, and it's Wands, which is, of course, magical, right? And then near future, Ten of Wands, we have the end of a cycle, completion, or renewal. Oh, okay. So this conflict is going to come to an end pretty soon. Like, this is wrapping up pretty quick.
or this is like the future that is had in mind either by you or by her, of like the end of this magical conflict. So then we have in our conscious motivations, we have the star. And I think that it's because she wants to be the star. She wants like that. She thinks it's going to give her peace to try to like mess with you. Or it could be that like she just wants to be at peace. And then that, but it is motivated by a lack of harmony within the lovers, you know, a lack of partnership, you know, there's trouble in paradise. Oh, and you know what's so interesting is this deck actually has multiple lovers cards, and this is two men. So maybe what's happening is she has a, oh, I'm so sorry. I will hold, let me know when you're back. Okay, excellent. Sorry. Where did I lose you? What was the last card we were looking at? Do you know? When you picked up the card. Was it this one? That's okay. Let me just start from the top. Okay, so we've got the High Priestess is modified by the Two of Pentacles. This is clearly a very magical situation. The recent past is the Five of Wands. There's been a magical conflict, which is, you know, exactly what you were talking about. It looks like there has been some kind of, like she has been trying, is what I'm getting from this card. Like she has been trying to get at you. But the intention is either the end to a magical conflict, or the near future is that end is coming. The motivation, consciously, is she wants to be like this star. She wants to create this serenity. She wants to, you know, be this peace. She wants to, you know, she really wants to be there for this dude. But there's this disharmony, and like the funny thing about these cards is there's three different lovers cards in this deck. There's the two men lovers cards, lovers card. There's two women lover card, and then the man and the woman lover card. This card has two men, so either there is a situation and there's a disharmony. So it could be that she's caught between two men, or it's that she is thinking of you so much that she's losing sight of the relationship and building the relationship that she was trying to get in the first place. We have the attitude, Ace of Swords, because of course, this is very much like a conflict. Like she is really going for it. She tried to put something on my appearance because I put a pillow. Oh, so she's insecure with her whole self. Honestly, yeah. Mm-hmm. Honestly, it doesn't even take the cards to see that she's insecure. Because if she's trying to cast magic on you, immediately insecurity, like huge red flag. And so, so yeah, her attitude is very much like she is bringing the heat. She is coming after you. In the environment position, we have the Seven of Swords in reverse. It's looking like she's laser focused on you with this very selfish attitude and trying to, like, this very, like, selfish, like, conflict attitude. Exactly. And you deserve to feel pretty. You deserve it. Okay. And so then in the hopes and fears, we have the Five of Pentacles in reverse. She's afraid of the conflict and change, but she's also in denial. Like, this is very much like a denial card. I think that she knows that there's trouble in paradise, that this relationship is not gonna work out long term, and she is terrified. And so she's lashing out against you. And then we have in the final outcome the Ten of Swords in reverse. So this is like a cycle not yet closed. And it's one that's very much of like making decisions, but also like conflict. like I think this is really indicative of the path she's going down. Like, she's so concerned, she's so laser focused on you, she's so like trying to come after you, that like it's gonna stab her in the back. Like, it's really, honestly, what I'm getting from this is, don't worry about her, because like she might be trying to do stuff against you, but just like focus on protecting your peace and like do some glamour magic for you, and like her issues will solve themselves, because she is really just like, she's trying it, but it's gonna backfire on her big time, because all of this, you get what you give out. She's gonna receive all of this energy back at her, and probably from the guy that she's trying to get. So yeah, like, I don't think that we need to do, I mean, this was pretty clear. Like, we know that she is trying it. For sure. So, like, definitely just, like, focus on protecting yourself and your peace. And, like, growing as a person yourself, Because, like, the best way, in my opinion, because, like, you could do return to senders and stuff if it's really bothering you. But, like, the best way that I have seen personally in a conflict like this is just to be like, just to not engage, Never just tell about him texting ugly girls. Ew! She said that? Ew, she's so messy! Just because I don't post what she's exactly. And you're just trying, like, you're doing it right. Like, you're trying to be respectful of the relationship. You're not trying to, like, text him while he's, like, she's messy and full of herself and emotionally mature, and, like, don't worry about her, because she's gonna get hers. Like, this problem, legitimately, like, this problem is gonna resolve itself. Like, for sure, this is gonna resolve itself. And just, like, try not to engage, because not only does it make you the better person to just not, like, engage with that, but it really protects your peace, and you're gonna feel so much more whole and, like, hopeful of yourself, A few days ago, I forgot. Oh. Oh, for sure. I mean, especially after that, do a return to sender, cause she, yeah, for sure. Yeah, that would have pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie. That would have gotten me heated. But like, do a return to sender, and then I would also prescribe, like, a, just, like, get some water from like, a body of water that is important to you, like, either your, like, but I can't. She's Catholic. Oh, well, so much of this comes from, like, I gotta tell you, so much of, like, our practice as witches, like, is rooted in Catholic beliefs, so it comes naturally to a Catholic. So, like, yeah, of course this is gonna be, I mean, she's gonna figure it out. So definitely, so, like, if you have, like, a person's home. Exactly. We all grow as people. So I didn't grow up Catholic. I grew up evangelical, but very similar vibes. So, like, I feel you. But so you're gonna want to get some water from a body of water that means like peace and serenity to you, and that could be like tap water from, like, a relative's house that, like, is a cozy person. It could be like something like that. He absolutely. But yeah, get that water, put some salt in it, and then keep it over your bed frame, like, or, like, in the corner of your room where you sleep, like, closest to your bed, and that should help keep that stuff away. If you're still having issues, get some burn some bay leaves that have like protection intentions on them. Grind up the ashes and put those ashes in the water as well. Shake it up and then put it back in the corner. You should be good. Also, definitely have a lid on the water. Just, you don't want water damage in your home, you know? I feel you. You should, I mean, don't be, I think, honestly, what I'm getting from this reading, like, if I could just speak some peace into you, what I'm getting from this is really just, this is fully, don't worry about it. She's gonna take care of herself. And, like, you've got angels on your side, you got deities on your side, like, you are okay. Like, really just, whenever you feel that ping of, like, oh, she's trying it, like, just really meditate on, no, she may be trying it, but she's not going to succeed. I'm more powerful. She's not going to break through my barriers. I am okay currently, and I will continue to be okay. And just keep like speaking that out loud as much as you can. Um, and try not to think about her, because the most power you can give someone is to think about them and think about what they're doing and trying to screw you over, you know? He might. Let me draw another card. See what we got. Does he practice? Queen of Cups. Ooh, okay. So we got the Queen of Cups in the as a clarifier. I wouldn't say that this is an obliviousness. Yeah, I think he's aware that, I think she has probably told him something. Or like, I if he is feigning obliviousness, then he's not actually oblivious. But like, he's definitely taking the standoffish approach of like, you know what, you ladies do what you got to do. I'm over here, you know. Because I think he's protecting his peace, by like trying not to get involved, if that makes sense. And that's why like we don't really know if he's like clueless or not. It's probably not obliviousness. It's probably just, I know what's happening, but I can't control anything, so I'm just gonna be over here, you know. And I've spilled my soda down my front. You're totally good. Oh man. Honestly, it sounds like stressful right now, but I would try to find like the humor in it, because frankly, this is kind of a funny situation when you step back. like she's really trying to like get at you. Thank you so much. I'm glad that I'm glad it helped you. This is like, this has been a very fun read for me. And I feel like this is a situation where like, it's hard. Do you ever like, I feel like they're telling you to calm down, but it's hard to calm down when somebody tells you to calm down, you know what I mean? And so it's going to be a little hard to kind of like get to that spot of like, I can just protect myself, you know, I can just not worry about them and do my own thing. But I think what the cards are really urging you to do here is like regarding the situation is try to withdraw as much as possible, because the more you press into this, the more you think about it, and the more you're like, oh, I have to do the counter magic for this and this and this and this, like the more it's gonna weigh on you, and the more that is gonna curse you, you know what I mean? And so like you want to break your own curse in a way by withdrawing from this situation, because you don't want to accidentally curse yourself, if that makes sense, by like meditating on this. But yeah, any more questions or anything? Sometimes that's just how it goes. You know what's so funny is whenever I'm reading on stream, like it's so much easier for me to see what the cards are like trying to say. When I'm reading for me, my deck is just like, actually, we're gonna put out nonsense. We're just gonna say words. And I'm like, okay. Anyways, I'm glad I could be helpful. I'm gonna go ahead and move on to my next person, who is Jing96. Come on, little mouse. Ba-doop. Alright. Love you too. You take care of yourself, and remember, protect your peace, you know, as much as you can. You have a great rest of your day, okay? Alright. So, Jing96, what are we looking into today? Do you have a question or just a general read? What's coming for you? Oh, it's so broad. Let's find out. Alright. Oh, immediately? Wheel of Fortune, love that. Alright. Alright, let me flip these. Whoops. Excellent. Ooh, okay. So, if I could ask a little bit of clarification on your question, is it like you feel like something's coming after you, or is it like what's just coming up? What's in the future? Whoopsies. Excellent. Ooh, that's a pretty card. Whoops. Is it this one first? I think so. I always put those up too high. I need to make like a custom tarot desk mat. I wonder if I can do that. I'm gonna see if I can't do that as like a merch thing. That'd be fun. Have like different spread things on there. That'd be cool. Alright. Nope, that's too many. Just one at a time, please. Excellent. Three more. That's too many. Just one at a time. Alright. Almost there. Sorry, it's taking a second. The cards are taking their sweet time. Woo! Okay, no. Okay. Flip it. Okay. There we go. I love the King of Wands jaunty little peacock feather. Ooh, cute. Nope, that's 2. There we go. All right. Let's get into this. Oakley dokley. So, we have the Wheel of Fortune, which is exactly what you asked for. It's regarding the cycles of life and things that are upcoming and things that have passed. And it says modified by the 10 of Wands. So this could be a spiritual end of a cycle or renewal or completion. So it's looking like we're looking spiritually, like what is upcoming is spiritual growth or what's the opposite of growth? Regression, or something of a spiritual nature is happening. So in the past, we have the 3 of Pentacles. 3s are typically about teamwork, friendship, or it can be the completion of a phase to start another. And Pentacles is typically about like finances or earthly things, but it could also be like earth and like basic needs and things like that. So it's looking like the past, maybe there was a team that maybe you were on like at a job working in a team, or it could have been like the end of a job maybe, or something like that. And then upcoming, we have the Emperor, which is very masculine, like traditional masculine qualities of like assertiveness and empowerment and head of the household kind of mentality, getting things done, productivity, that kind of thing. So in our conscious motivations, we have the 3 of Wands, and this is in the reverse position. So this is going to be about needing to distance yourself from a group. So maybe the partnership or the team that you were on, you're feeling like maybe it's time to go. Maybe I need to shake things up. Maybe I need a little bit of distance. The unconscious motivation is the 9 of Cups, and this is about attainment and fulfillment and fruition. And this is cups are emotions and your heart. Like you feel like you just want to be happy. You know, it's hard if this is a job situation. Like you can only be sad and poor for so long, and that's this is that motivation to get out of that sad and poor situation. Or it could be like you just want happiness. Like that's the desire. Distance the group is talking about. Got you. Yeah, that absolutely. And it's looking like, and that's the conscious motivation. You're getting away from that because of your happiness. You're pursuing your happiness, and you want your empowerment. You want that, or they want their empowerment, and those other masculine qualities. So the attitude of the situation is the 5 of Swords. 5s being conflict, change, and instability, but this is in the reverse position, so it's going to be kind of denial and reluctance to face change or conflict. Swords is very much about conflict and communication. If there's like, especially if it's like a toxic situation, like how like in-laws can be, you know, that kind of situation. Like, or it could be like when somebody, you know, we all have that family member that says something like racist, and you're like, wow, you can't be saying that. And then they just keep saying it, and you have to cut them off, like that kind of thing. Like that, this attitude is very much like, no, we need to, something is going down, but I'm not sure if I need to cut this person off completely just yet, or if it's like, we can salvage this, you know, like that's what this attitude is. I would say this is more of an unsureness regarding this conflict, or regarding a conflict or upcoming conflicts or things like that. Because it doesn't have to be like a present conflict. It could just be like, you know how you see one coming down the pike, where it's like, that's an issue, but that's a problem for tomorrow. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Or not awesome. We'll find out. Sometimes the cards just say, like, they say what they're gonna say, and sometimes we ask them a question, and they're like, actually, I want to talk about this thing. You know? So that's very possible that it's talking about that. So this is the environment. This is the King of Wands. The King is a very skilled individual who is skilled after years and years of hard work. Wands is very spiritual. It also represents fire. This can be about like life purpose, motivation. If this is regarding like a relationship, then this is probably, this is a growth direction. And because it's like the king, it could be that you're either growing together or you're growing apart because of how you have developed as people, and just how, like, you've been with each other. So, hopes and fears, we have the Lovers. We want this to, we want harmony. We want harmony. We want a good outcome. We want partnerships and the salvaging of any relationships. We want, peace and love and nurturing to come from each other. It could also, because this is hopes or fears, it could also be a fear of losing this, or and this doesn't necessarily, even though it's the Lovers, it doesn't necessarily have to be romantic. This can be about relationships with anybody, but it is very much about relationships and how people come together and come apart. I would say, because this is in the upright position, this is about coming together instead of coming apart. And then in the distant future, we have the Two of Wands. Twos being about partnerships, balance, duality, and choices, but this is reversed. So this is about disharmony and lack of balance in partnership. And then Wands means it's of a spiritual nature. Maybe it's like your beliefs may be in two different places. A conflict of belief systems. And I think that's what this is getting at here. The Ten of Wands, a conflict of belief systems is happening. So let's take a step back and look at this all together. So we have the timeline of these. This is a situation. These are the timeline. So we have the Three of Pentacles. There's this partnership. It's working. It's grooving. It's moving. We have this empowerment in the near future. That empowerment is fueled by this attitude and environment and hopes and fears. Over here, we have this attitude of like, we don't want to deal with the conflict. We are empowered by not feeling, not wanting to deal with the conflict and communicate about the conflict. Because Swords is also very much about communication. And then we have this environment of like, we might be, it could be that like, no, that's not it. That was a false conclusion. I think what we're seeing here is if we let this attitude of like,
it'll fix itself, or I just don't want to deal with that right now. Like, that's a problem for me of tomorrow. Then we might end up with this disharmony. So I think what the cards are saying is there is a potential conflict coming down the line. And we need to be cognizant of making sure that we remember who we are and we remember our beliefs. And we stand by our beliefs and our beliefs of who we are and how to love other people and how to engage with people around us in order to preserve our relationships with our loved ones. So yeah. Would you like a clarification card or anything to see if there's any more information that we can get out of this? Does any of this resonate with you at all? You got it. All right. Let's get some clarification. You got it. Whoop. Here we go. Okay. So, we got the 8 of Wands. Let me pull that note up. 8. So this is about mastery, accomplishment, and action. As it comes to spirituality, involvement with deities, energy, motivation, and passion, and life purpose. So this is very much like, it looks like there's going to be a conflict, this conflict that this attitude is suggesting. Because this is very much like, because this is in the attitude position, it feels like this might create a problem. We don't see any problems upcoming until we see this distant future of like disharmony when it comes to spirituality, which this I think is clarifying. We have this firm belief system that's going forth, and I love this image here where he's like leading the charge, especially as it coincides with the Emperor, which is very much like that, being able to assert yourself, being able to communicate your belief systems and your beliefs about other people. I think whatever issue comes up, it is going to be an issue of like how we treat other people, or who we are as individuals, or could be of a religious nature. It could be of a identity nature. And we just want to be very careful, as this is the warning. We need to watch our attitude of denial and our attitude of let me pull that note back up. This is 5. Of reluctance to face conflict in order to stand up for what we truly believe in. I think this really resonates with me as well. I think this is something that could resonate with a lot of people, just like having to stand firm in your belief system because of this fear of, you don't want to step on anybody's toes. But we want to be very careful to not worry about stepping on people's toes, especially if they're like hurting somebody. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. What was I saying? I can't remember. Yeah, definitely don't. What I'm seeing here is potential spiritual conflict is coming up. And that is, the outcome of that is going to be decided by your attitude, because you can always change. Oh yeah, there's a lot going on here. But you can always change. Nothing is set in stone in the future. And actually, it's very rare that like we really see a glimpse into what's coming up in the card readings. But this is so straightforward that something is coming up spiritually. So when we have this little warning here, definitely check in with yourself and really try to seek out being assertive about your beliefs. Maybe not in like I want to be very careful about how I word this because I know that I grew up evangelical. So when I think of people asserting their beliefs, I think of, like, my default is to think of proselytizing and saying, oh, have you heard the good word, and like all of that. I think this is more about when somebody says something, not being afraid to say, hey, that's not chill with me, you know? And like that, if that makes sense. What do you think? Is that resonating, or is it... You got it? Okay, cool. All right. Any other questions or anything before I move on to my next reading? Alrighty, thank you so much for letting me read for you. I appreciate you. And since we're at this point in the stream, I do want to just say any readings I do on stream. Let me start that sentence again. Any readings I do on stream, you're so welcome. Oh my goodness, are gonna be, all of these streams are uploaded to YouTube, and they're dated. So you can pull up when your readings are on YouTube and see them later. So if they help, or if you need to just go back and take a look at them, or if like everything was wrong and I gave you bad advice, please let me know. Please feel free to give me notes at any time. Yeah. All right. So you got it. What's happening for me the rest of this week and the upcoming week? You got it. Let's see. Let me get you over here. Boop. There we go. All right. This week and the upcoming week. All right. Queen of Wands. Scoot you down there. What do we think of this background music? Is it annoying? Because I whipped this up in GarageBand because I didn't want to get copyrighted. And if it's bad, I should know. Excellent. Ooh, okay. Knight of Wands. Seeing lots of spiritual stuff today. Cool. I think it does. It should. I mean, I suppose I used the loops in GarageBand. I would imagine that coincides. Because technically, I didn't write it. Like, I didn't sit there and make sheet music, but... You know what I mean? Just mix it up. Do a little bit of cooking. You guys, I was playing L.A. Noire. Here we go. Sorry, it might take a second for me to get all the cards out. I let the cards choose themselves, so this could take a sec. So I'm just gonna vamp. Ooh, that's exciting. Wow. And the Conscious. Okay, interesting. I was playing L.A. Noire, and there's this one case where somebody is just in the background selling corned beef and egg sandwiches. And let me tell you, that sounds so good, and I want to try it so bad. And when I make it, I'm going to film it, and I'm going to put it on YouTube, and it's going to be great. Exit out. Exactly. But I was playing on Switch, so it's like good cop, bad cop, and accuse. And frankly, that system is unplayable. It's so rough. Here we go.
Also, I don't like... I have some notes when it comes to L.A. Noire. So far, the story is fantastic, and I'm having a good time. I'm not quite done with it. But it's... it's like... I don't like that it's harder to get everything done. Because I'm a completionist. Whenever I play something, I always try to do 100%. And you can just finish a case without doing things, and it won't let you go back. Like, to question people, like, you might not get certain question options, and that drives me insane, dude. Alright, let's get into this reading. Okay, so we've got the Queen of Wands. Ooh, okay. So this is a very wise... this indicates a very wise individual when it comes to spirituality. Could also be just about life purpose and energy, motivation. This could also be like ideas for a new project. I'm so sorry, excuse me. And it says modified by the 8 of Pentacles. We love that. This is about mastery, accomplishment, and action. And Pentacles are very much about earthly things like material possessions, finances, and work. Usually it's about career, but it could also be like basic needs things. Like in the last reading we saw Pentacles symbolizing a marriage. Like it could be like that. So basic human needs could also be in there. So we see, let me look at that note again. Mastery, accomplishment, and action as it pertains to human needs. Modifying the Queen of Wands. So this could be a mixture between spirituality and work. So like if you work in a church, or if you are spiritually attached to whatever you do for work, it could be like that. Or you could be looking for a job that really resonates with you spiritually and like in your belief system. It could be that. This could be... the situation is very much like... Let me look at that question again. It's about what's coming up this week and the upcoming week. So... yeah, I think this is really just like all-encompassing. It's interesting we didn't get Wheel of Fortune in this position considering that, but I think what this is getting at is it's not a cycle. It's part of it's just like you're going to have little slices of life is what this is getting at. Because spirituality and so the Wands and the Pentacles kind of encompass everything except for like Swords being conflict and communication, and then Cups being like emotions. This is going to be a very practical week. Next couple weeks for you is what this is getting at. Okay, so in the recent past, we have the Knight of Wands, which is Knights are very, they're young and gung-ho. We're pursuing something. We're like a young teenager would pursue it. Maybe a little bit of ignorance there, but probably just like... But it's not malicious. It's just... You're just young in it. And then that is of a spiritual nature, because it's Wands. So maybe just like... Maybe we had some immature beliefs, or just a lack of knowledge about certain... Like how life goes, and... maybe lack of direction. And then in the recent future, or in the near future, we have the Four of Pentacles. Fours being manifestations, foundations, and stability. And so it's looking like we are manifesting some financial stability here with the Pentacles, or some basic need stability here. In our conscious motivations, we have the High Priestess. I don't know if you're religious or anything, but this in the conscious motivations really, what this speaks to me is you're pursuing a deity, whether it is God or another one, or you're observing superstitions, there is something that you're consciously doing in order um, to pursue a desired outcome. Um, and then subconsciously, we have the Ace of Swords, which is about conflict, but it's the new beginnings of like a pursuit. So, you know how, like, I don't know if you've ever seen Pippin, the musical, but like, the king, I can't remember his name. Is it Charlemagne? I feel like that's right. I don't know. He's like so like, ha, we're going to war. You know, it like this very, not innocent, but very gung ho, very very confident. Um, so you're pursuing something aggressively, um, via a spiritual direction. So if you if you pray, you might be praying about something very, um, like frequently. There might be something that you're praying about frequently. That's what that's getting at regarding, um, your basic needs. Um, okay. It could be you're coming out of a, you know what, it could be less spiritual and more like you're going through like a political shift, like switching, from party to party, or just getting new information and realizing that you maybe political beliefs don't line up with your reality, um, anymore. That could be part of what's going on. And this could indicate a desire for change or a desire for, renewal, um, that you're very passionate about. All right, so let's go on to the other modifiers. We have the Five of Cups in the attitude, and this is in reverse. So this is denial, reluctance to face change, and it's of an emotional nature. So it looks like this is like, if this is like over here, if this is about, um, maybe a political shift, that you're undergoing, it can be a very emotional process, and because it can feel like the whole world is falling around about you, or this could be a religious shift. Oh God, those are so hard. So yeah, absolutely, this would be the attitude of just like, no, this is it's too much, I can't do this right now. Like, there is like a shift happening though regarding your basic needs and your belief system, that this is indicating, and we're resistant to that change, in the attitude. Then in our environments position, we have the Nine of Cups. Nines, are, but this isn't in reverse position. So typically they're about closure, fulfillment, and attainment. But since it's reversed, this is about a lack of closure. There's loose ends. There's goals that might need a little bit of workshopping. And it's of an emotional nature because it's of cups. So maybe there's like some heart issues at play here, in the environment. Like, maybe it could be that the people around you still believe a certain way of things, but your beliefs are growing. You're growing in a different direction, and so there's a lack of harmony there. In the hopes and fears, we have a hope of justice, or it could be a fear of justice. Like, I know, we've all made mistakes. It could be, I mean, a fear. It could be a fear of being canceled. It could also be a hope of people getting what they deserve, whether that be good or bad. So I like to see justice in a hope and fear position because it really speaks to somebody wanting the right thing to happen. And then we see in our distant future, the Two of Pentacles, which is, in reverse. We have twos typically symbolize partnerships and balance, duality, and choices, but since it's in disharmony, or since it's reversed, it's in disharmony. There's a lack of balance in a partnership or a lack of choices, And that can happen. I mean, considering like what's all going on, especially with this like denial of I don't want to deal with the emotional parts of this. Like this is too much emotional baggage here. That can absolutely lead to disharmony. And since it's of pentacles, that can result in financial or earthly I don't want to say insecurity because not necessarily, but like conflict and hardship. So yeah, we have. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we have the. I don't know if there's anything. I don't have a direct time frame of this week and next week, but I do have a general story of the next 2 weeks. You're in love? Okay. All right. I love to hear that. That's so fun. Okay. So that's probably okay. Let's see. High Priestess. Sorry, I'm just taking a second to read this and compile my thoughts before I say something. Okay. So what I'm seeing, so we see that Knight of Wands in the past position. So we were really pursuing our beliefs in the past. Okay. And then the recent future, we have the Four of Pentacles. Is it possible that you might be... okay. Okay. Got it. As this regards to love, it looks like... So we have this gung-ho spirituality and like belief in identity. Identity, yeah. Over here in the past position, in the recent past position. And then we have our, okay, yeah. Yeah. And then we have our Four of Pentacles, which can be, and she's really clinging to that pentacle, and really holding on to that earthly thing. But then we have this attitude of fear of conflict, fear of emotional conflict. That's not a fear. Hang on. This is 5. Denial, my bad. And reluctance to face change. And then we have the distant future, the Two of Pentacles, with that disharmony when it comes to the basic needs. I think what's happening here is a disconnection. So in the past we see this spirituality, which can also be interpreted as sense of self. And then this is also in the situation, the Queen of Wands is very like this person who is so sure of who they are, as modified by a accomplishment or an action, an attainment of something earthly. And then so we have this person who's very conscious of who they are, and then they attain this earthly thing, and then that earthly thing becomes something that they cherish and they really hold on to.
but then they have this fear of of this conflict, this emotional conflict. And so they hold back. That denial, that fear of conflict gets in their way. And then there's this disharmony when it comes to the material. There's this lack of balance. I think what the cards are saying here is you want to be aware of this. You're going to want to shift if you have an attitude of, or any, you might not be aware of this attitude of, oh, I'm not going to deal with that, you know, like this this reluctance to face your emotions, because that can be super hard to face your emotions. But definitely, this is just a warning. It's not necessarily saying that that's what's happening, but it could just be aware and make sure that like you're checking in with yourself and you're being true to who you are in this relationship, and you're not compromising who you are in order to convince them to love you, because that can lead to that disharmony. Would you like any clarification cards or anything to maybe get some more information on this? You got it. Let me get you a card. Are you currently in a relationship with this person, or are you just super into them? Okay. So, we got the Hanged Man in reverse as a clarification card. So, this card is very much, the Hangman is very much about letting go and loosening your grip on what's been working for you. I think what it's saying in the reverse position is you're gonna find, because look at this picture of Harry Houdini, he looks like he's just standing up. You're gonna find your footing in allowing yourself to feel the way that you feel and not getting in your own way, I think. I think that's what this is getting at. And I think it's regarding this relationship. I think this speaks more to, let's see. Let me take a look at my notes really quick, make sure I don't talk out my ass. So when the Fool encounters the Hanged Man, or becomes the Hanged Man in the Fool's journey, it's when he has reached a point where he's overwhelmed and has no choice but to let go. It could be that in this reverse position, it's not that you have to let go of what's going on. It could just be that you need to allow yourself to sit in it and cherish it and be content in it, in the situation, if that makes sense.
Does that make any sense? It's not really. Okay, that's completely fair. Um, hmm. Well, it's looking like, well, considering that this is about like what's happening this week and next week, we're probably not going to get too much detail. But unless there's like something coming up that you were thinking about, that's happening this week and next week. That might be why it's a little bit vague. Your colleagues. Oh, okay. Okay. So then this could be... That's why it's pentacles and not cups. Okay. Because it's the mixing of colleague relationships. Okay, that makes sense. And then... Okay. Would it be a conflict of interest for you guys to get together? Or are you guys together yet? Not yet? Okay. Are you guys like in that courting stage? Okay. Got it. Pretty obvious last week, but now it's been very silent. So that's... Okay. Okay. So then this is... Deny reluctance to face conflict change. Four of Pentacles. They could be... Foundation stability. They have two Pentacles. Hangman. So then that's not a contentment. That is a resistance. Okay. Alright, I'm starting to understand more about this. Okay. So, I thought this was you. It's looking like this is for the other person. Okay. So it looks like they have... And that's why that's manifesting as pentacles. Okay. Got it. Because I was wondering why this... If this was like for like a love situation, like why all of these weren't cups. But this is because it's tied up with their finances. Okay. And so then... Okay. Got it. Okay, so, sorry, I keep saying okay, and I'm not getting to the point. Let me get there. So, it looks like you guys had that situation last week, and then it looks like they are considering, they're weighing their options. Because you guys are colleagues, they're deciding whether or not this is wise to pursue, given that you guys are colleagues. Because they're afraid, well, this isn't afraid. They want a just outcome. It's looking like the issue that their concern, because this is in the hopes and fears, their concern is that it might not be above board. Maybe there's a conflict of interest that could potentially happen, or like if one of you is in a position over the other, or has the potential to be promoted over the other, that could be what they're worried about. And so that's what's on their mind. That's where the denial comes in, because they're like, oh, I have these emotions for this person, but there's so many practical things I have to deal with. I'm just not going to deal with this emotional thing right now. So whatever happened last week, they are putting on the back burner until they can understand more about, like, okay, what is the best outcome for both of our careers. And so then this is not about standing in contentment. This then becomes about a resistance to that contentment. This is, they have the potential. Oh, okay. So, and that's why we get this disharmony here, because of they never seem to find the just option because of this attitude of, I don't want to deal with my emotions. And so the story that this is saying is that they never find that, and they never communicate that. So it could be wise, because especially if they're dealing with this emotional conflict of, oh, I have these feelings and I want our careers to be okay, and I don't want to, like, let go and allow myself to have these feelings because of the worry about the job. I think what this is saying, like, if it were to be giving advice to you, I think what this is saying is confront them with your emotions and tell them how you feel, because that could be the motivation to fix the rest of this mess. If it's appropriate, of course. Like, if this is a manager or, like, somebody over you, that could be what the issue is. Like, that could be the justice fear. That could be what's going on. That it might not be, like, ethical. Like, that could be the fear of this person. It's always better to be open and honest. You're both enrolled. Okay. I think definitely then, I mean, if you guys are, like, peers, then I think you should be open and honest about it. And try to be as, like, I mean, you don't want to come across as, like, sexually harassing them, but, like, just being open and saying, hey, I got a thing for you. Are you into me at all? Like, I don't think that would qualify as sexual harassment. Like, just being honest about your emotions. Because you do want to be careful, and, like, that's where that fear comes in. You want to be careful about, like, sexual harassment in the workplace and all of that. And that's probably where this discontentment is. That's absolutely the root of this discontentment is this ethical, to have this workplace romance. But I would definitely advise that you be open about your emotions with this person and your feelings for this person. Excuse me. In the most graceful and just the most graceful way that you can. And then see where it goes. I'm seeing a lot of potential conflicts, but I'm not seeing anything that says, because, like, a lot of these conflicts come from the attitude. So if we change the attitude, then the whole thing shifts, right? So, like, this disharmony over here in the distant future, this can be completely changed by this flipping upside down, being willing to interact with the emotional issues, because then both of those, I mean, you flip this upside down, then this also can flip upside down, and then you have that harmony of between, like, the world, the material and the emotional. So I would advise just being, trying to be the emotional strength in this situation. I don't know if that makes sense, but if you have any questions, please ask them, because I would love to clarify as much as I can. All right. Any other questions or anything before I move on to my next reading? Yes, I was being pushy. Oh. Oh. Okay. Hmm. Well, if she feels uncomfortable, definitely listen to that. You know, if she's feeling uncomfortable, then like you gotta give her some space, and especially because it's a workplace thing. Um, you want to like, oh yeah, of course, yeah. Um, hmm. Has she? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. So that sheds a little bit more light. We have. I haven't said anything about them yet. I think I would definitely. If she's saying she feels uncomfortable, then like I would not say anything about your feelings towards her, because I mean that's kind of, if she's into you, then she wouldn't have felt uncomfortable with you being put like feel like she wouldn't feel like you were being too pushy, you know. Hmm. I think the best thing to do in this situation is try to just step back as much as possible. Um, show signal of interest. So what kind of signals is she giving you? Because it could just be like a misunderstanding, and we wanna avoid that misunderstanding as much as possible. Ow. Oh. Very vague, answering after me, repeating movements, mirroring. It could be they look up to you as a colleague. It could be like, were they hired after you? Because I know that when I'm in a new work environment, I for sure will just like mirror the people around me. Same time? Okay. Were you guys in the same training class? Because it could be that you just have a very confident air, and so they are looking at you like, oh, okay, they seem to know what they're doing. I'm going to do what they're doing, you know? She was touchy. Okay, so then maybe it's not. Because if she's being touchy, yeah, that's weird. I think you should try to, I mean, not while you're at work, but like try to reach out and be like, hey, so are you like interested? Or leaning towards my shoulder. Was she touching your shoulder or just leaning? Oh, wow. Okay, so putting. Yeah, that is very intimate. That's so. Interesting. So then we go back. Okay. An environment. Because I haven't really been looking at this guy. We have. Destruction. Lack of closure. Loose ends. Environment. Yeah, I don't know why she would do that. That's so weird. I'm like racking my brain. I'm like trying to see if there's anything in these cards that's going to give us some more clarity on that. Because, like, why would she be like, you're making me uncomfortable if she's putting her head on you, like leaning her head on your shoulder last week? Like, girl, make up your mind. But then again, I mean, we look at this hanged man in the reverse position. It's looking like there's not a lot of the pentacle one. Which one? This one? Is it this guy over here? Or one of these two? This one? Okay. So Four of Pentacles, that's about manifestations, foundations, and stability. And then Pentacles can represent like finances or work situations or, excuse me, just earthly things. So it could be like it can be an earthly thing in like a long-term relationship kind of thing. Or I think in this situation, it's much more talking about like a workplace environment. And this character on this card seems to really be clinging to that workplace environment. So it could be that she's like desperate for this job kind of thing. And she's not trying to. That's so confusing. I'm sorry that you're going through that. Because that is like. You really are getting some mixed signals from her. Okay, so. And this is so we have the recent past and we have the recent future. Or the near future. And then the distant future if we continue down this path. And then, so if we were to look at those three, we have like this spiritual, individual, followed by two workplace things. So it could be, that's why I was thinking maybe like identity earlier. Because this person is very much like, I am seeing like a lot of spiritual things in like like the situation itself. Hello, welcome, Knees Duds. Sorry, your name always cracks me up. tricky one. I feel like there's definitely a... Ah, man. I... And I don't know, because it's not very specific about, like, the time frames. No, your name's fun. It makes me laugh. I'm sorry. I didn't want to make you feel bad. No. Let's see. I don't know if this is telling us anything that's going to happen. I think this is really just kind of revealing some emotions on her part and conflicts on her part. I think I think that it's I don't know if she's fully sold, because you know how I mean, sometimes you go through these phases of, oh, I'm into this person, oh, I'm not super into them, I don't know if I'm into them. She might be dealing with that. My notes say that this can be about denial and reluctance to face change. But I think in this situation, I think it's just a conflict of emotions. Like, it's not, because, like, when you look at this person, like, they are super just, like, they don't know. Like, there's, the cups are on the floor, and the cups are holding, like, the, you know, your tears, essentially, is the metaphor they're going for. And so, like, it's spilling out. She doesn't really know what's going on. It could be that she's losing her sense of self, or she very much needs to engage with who she is as a person in order to better understand. So it seems like this person is just super conflicted and is like, she needs this job, and she's not trying to, like, lose the job by getting into, like, some kind of, she doesn't want to get into any kind of entanglement in the workplace because she wants to avoid the ethical issues that could arise from it. Because I think this is very much a fear as well of losing the job because of a romantic situation that got out of hand. Or having to leave the job because of a romantic situation that got out of hand. So it could be that she's like, and that's why we have that hanged man. Got it. Because she's having this conflict of emotion. She's having this, like, and she doesn't want to, like, just go with the flow, you know? It's so easy to be like, oh, I have this emotion, let me, I mean, it's not easy, but it's easy to say, oh, well, if you have an emotion, you should act on that emotion. For sure, no, at all. You know, most of the time, you know, you got to think before you act. And I think she's overthinking. And I think she's, not in a place emotionally where she can do something about her emotions just yet. Something might happen. I don't know if it will within the next week or so, but I think there is potential, given what you've told me, just based off of what you've told me, there is potential for something to happen there. I don't know if it's going to be of a long-term nature, considering what the cards are saying is that this is a very emotionally, I don't want to say emotionally unstable, because that sounds bad, but this is someone who is dealing with, like, they have a lot on their plate, and so there's just a lot of thoughts going on. Do you know if she, like, struggles with anxiety at all? Because this is, I'm really getting anxiety vibes from this spread. Candy. Candy. Are you still there? Monka's 1337. Okay, cool. Do you know if she struggles with anxiety at all? Hmm. At a past job and stuff. Gotcha, gotcha. Did she have something go down at her past job that like led to her new one, or is this just like a, my career is just growing in this direction kind of? Oh wow. So she worked at that job for 3 months. Yeah. And you know what? I really think that she's just because I'm looking back at this and like I keep coming back to this card because of how like desperately that girl is clinging to the pentacle in this. I think honestly she's just trying not to have to leave this job or lose this job. I think she might be interested in you, but I don't know if it was you that made her uncomfortable or if it was herself. And so I wouldn't take that too much to heart. But definitely be there for her as much as you can. Um, but also maybe set up some emotional boundaries. Don't let her get too close to you. Unless she is like, okay, okay. Yeah, it's definitely for her. Like, it's not a career issue for you, it's for her for sure. I think I'm seeing a lot of fear here of making sure she does the right thing in this job. All right. I think regarding whether or not you guys are going to get together within the next couple weeks, I think it's more important to. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I think it's more important. I think what the cards are saying is that it's more important to focus on setting a personal boundary for yourself, making sure that you're protecting your emotions and not allowing yourself to get too emotionally caught up on her, because she seems to be going through a lot, and she might not be in the place to be with somebody right now. It could be down the pike, people grow and we get to certain places at different times. And it seems like there is an interest there, but I wouldn't put yourself in a situation to start that just yet. I think if I were you, based off of what I'm seeing in these cards, I would try to set a boundary and just be like, okay, well, if you're gonna be weird and say that I'm making you feel uncomfortable, then I'm gonna fully listen to you and just back off. Because, I mean, you gotta protect your peace, right? And you gotta look after you. And you don't want to get into some, like, weird, like, you really don't want that work disharmony. I think definitely try to protect your heart in this situation. For sure, for sure. All right. Any other questions or comments on this one? Okay. Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you so much for letting me do a reading for you. I really appreciate your time. All right. And we are going on to our next person, who is Who Watches the Watcher. Come on, little buddy. Get on up there. Let's go. Yes. Thank you. Oh my goodness. You're so sweet. Thank you for the sub. I don't know why I read that wrong. Ivan the Cheese Goat. Incredible. Oh, little cute thing. Work. Yes, clear those. Sorry, my queue's broken. Give me 1 sec. Should still be open. Oh, fuck. Okay, shit. Well. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Wondering what the next few months have in store for you. You got it. Let's take a look. Let's see if we get a time frame. Ooh. Ooh, okay. So, King of Wands. Are you talking about the art on the cards, Tentacola? Because we are using the Relative Tarot deck by Carrie Paris. And I love this deck. It's so cute. Wow, they are spitting them out. Heck yeah. Carrie Paris? Carrie Paris. Here, let me show you the box. Here we go. I love this deck. It's really good quality. I got it at Barnes & Noble. But I'm pretty sure you can find it on Amazon. It was, I want to say it was like 25 bucks. Yeah. I really like it because it's got, I mean, it's supposed to be like about your ancestors, but it's very American in that way. We don't really see a lot of, we see some historical figures, like we've got Harriet Tubman in there and Sitting Bull, Harry Houdini, and I think this is Matahari. Like, we've got some recognizable people in here, but we also have some, like, unknown just pictures from the 1800s, which is really cool and neat. Yeah, no problem. Alright. 2 more. Almost there. Ah! Nope. Change its mind. Nope. Okay. Just one at a time, guys. Oh, that would be fun. Alright. Let's get to it. Just one. Just give me 1 card. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty good. It's in the hopes and fears. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Just one at a time, guys. Sorry, I'm talking my cards like they're people. Because I'm sane and of sound mind. Aha! Excellent. Ooh, that's fun. We love to see that. Okay. So, next couple months. Alright, so... Okay, we've got the King of Wands here, which we've seen before in this stream, but let me go over it again. King of Wands, kings are typically very, like, these are artisans, they are masters of a skill. And then Wands is of a spiritual nature or belief system nature. This can also be, like, identity. So, like, this is somebody who is very firm in, or this is an archetype that is very firm in their beliefs and their belief systems. Then it's modified by the Five of Swords in the reverse position. Fives are conflict, change, and instability, but it's in the reverse, so this is denial or reluctance to face change or instability, and it's of swords, and swords are all about conflict, but also about communication. So maybe this is somebody who knows who they are, and is very confident in who they are. They're just not confident in communicating their beliefs and asserting themselves. And I, just looking at the end of this, this is cool. Okay, so in the past we have the Empress. This is a very feminine card. She is the archetype of the female gender. So, like, everything that goes with that, and or even Mother Earth. This is a very nurturing archetype. Very much, and I love her little hookah moment that she's got going on there. I love her. But she's got her wand, she's got her her little hookah. She is a nurturer, she is a provider, and this could be just a mother figure in the past. And so this could be describing you, or this could be describing somebody that you know, or a situation that you were in, where you were in a very nurturing and supportive environment. And then not recent, near future, very near future, is we see the Queen of Wands, and the queens are like kings. They're very they're experienced, but her experience is in wisdom. And so it's neat that we see the King and the Queen of Wands right next to each other, because this is just completing two sides of the same coin here. We are seeing this, like, fruition from, or not fruition, but we're seeing this transition from this skilled person and knowing who they are and what they believe in, into this wise person of what they know and how to encourage and communicate who they are and what they believe in. And so we have our conscious motivations are the Eight of Wands. 8 being mastery, accomplishment, and action, but this is in the reverse position. So we're going to see some lack of material success, maybe an avoidance of necessary work, cycles that need to end in the conscious motivation. You know, there's some work that you know that you need to do on yourself, but you are avoiding it, and you know that you're avoiding it, but you're like, okay, I'll just deal with that whenever. But then in our unconscious motivation here, we see the Two of Cups. Cups is all about emotions and the feelings and, like, what's going on inside, like how you're feeling. And twos are about partnerships, balance, duality, choices. And so unconsciously you might be thinking about, and there's this cute little married couple on this card. So you might be thinking about maybe getting into a relationship, or maybe even getting married. Maybe you're thinking about proposing to somebody. But you know, that it could be like it's in the subconscious, so it's not on the forefront of your mind, but that's something that's happening, like it is in the mind somewhere. And so our attitude is that of the Hierophant. Now the Hierophant in older decks is known as the Pope. This is they are, and I love this picture is actually somebody who's naked and has the robes drawn on top of them, which is so fun. I love that. And this is 5. There they are. Nope. There we go. This is a religious figure who is experienced in spiritual things. So this knowing who you are and how to communicate who you are and standing by your belief systems. This is your attitude is that of, I know who I am. Like I am absolutely in control of who my identity. And it's interesting. So when the Fool comes upon the Hierophant during the Fool's journey, this is as he's growing older and he begins to get his formal education. So this could also be an attitude of that of an educator. Like you feel like, because the Hierophant is the teacher of the Fool's formal education. And it also is about the group that the individual feels they are a part of. So this tied to the Wands, I think this is definitely about a sense of self thing. And then we have in our environment the 7 of Wands, and this is, I don't know which baseball player this is. If somebody can tell me who this is, that would be phenomenal. But I love this card. So the 7 of Wands is 7s, boop, 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 are about reflection and logical assessment and control, but this is in reverse. So it's about too many options or lack of focus or maybe even tunnel vision. And it's of Wands. So it could be you're focusing too much on, like, you could have this strong belief about who you are and what you're made up of. And this might be difficult. Because this is, or you might be being told by your environment, because this is the environment, you might be being told that you are a certain way, and you might be different than that certain way. And then in our hopes and fears, we have the 6 of Pentacles in reverse. 6s are harmony, cooperation, and healing. Since it's reversed, it's disharmony or lack of balance. And then Pentacles are material possessions, career, and finance. This could represent like a lack of like a fear of losing your social circle, because your community helps you meet your basic human needs. So this could be tied to your basic human needs, and that you lose that, you have that, that disharmony. You're afraid of that disharmony. Then again, it could be a hopeful thing. You could be looking forward to stepping away from that box that you've been put in. And then we see finally in the distant future position, we see the Chariot, which is really cool because the Chariot is about being self-assured and being absolutely sure of who you are. And yeah, it can be a little overconfident, but I think in the context of all these other cards, I think with all of these spiritual things that are happening here, I think this is getting at, you know who you are, you're very sure of it. But I will say, be careful, because when the Fool, in the Fool's journey, when the Fool encounters the Chariot, it is, they have, so let me read my note here. It says, the Fool is now an adult and has a strong sense of identity and mastery over himself. Through discipline and willpower, he has self-control. He has developed an ego and rides victoriously with visible control over himself. He has the assured confidence of youth. So it can be, hello. Yeah, the queue is open. So it can be, like, this is good to see. We love to see this confidence. But also be careful because it can be an indicator of a little bit of an ego happening. But yeah, it looks like what's coming up in the next couple months is a lot of spiritual growth and growth in developing a sense of identity. But yeah, any questions or clarifying cards you want me to pull? Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Also, welcome to chat. Alrighty. So who watches the watch? Any other questions or anything like that before I move on to my next reading? Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and move on to my next reading, which is boop, V365. Let's get into it. Alright. Any questions you have for the deck today, or are we just doing a general reading? General, you got it. Woo. Okay. V365 is there, and then it looks like we have Anuha's next. And if you want to join the queue, just do !join, and it'll pop you in the queue. Heck yeah. !join. Okay. You know what I mean. Alrighty. Yeah, no problem. Alrighty. Woo! Come back. Woo! Here we go. Ooh, okay. Got the lovers in a reading. Glittogly. Also, I love your name, Ivan the Cheese Goat. That's so fun. Oh, we got ourselves a big cube. Also, if you guys want my notes on tarot or other spiritual things, check out my blog website thing. It's rubyraylea.com. And it is, the link is in my links. Yeah. And that way I can show my work a little bit. The notes on my website are exactly the notes that I'm using when I'm looking at, when I say, oh, let me check my notes. Like, that's what I'm looking at. And yeah, and if you have any notes on my notes, please let me know. Also, all tarot readings, and all VODs for that matter, get uploaded to my YouTube channel, Ruby Ray Lee, on YouTube. I don't know why I said it like that. But at midnight following the stream. So, yeah, if you ever miss anything, it's there. Also, I am going to be updating. I update the website all the time, so it's a little ugly right now, but there is going to be like a little bit of a change to the aesthetic and the organization. I'm trying to make it more user-friendly, so it's a work in progress. So, all right, so V365, let's get into this. So we have the 10 of Wands in the situation, character position, 10s being end of a cycle, completion of renewal, wands being that sense of self, that life purpose, that spirituality, that kind of thing. And then it's modified by the Ace of Cups. Excuse me, I got some burps today. Which is about a new cycle, a new emotional cycle. This could be excuse me, I'm having terrible heartburn right now. Oh, excuse me, Lord have mercy. Okay, so it's about a new beginning and a new journey. When it comes to emotions, could also be creativity, and intuition and relationships with others. And I think that relationships is probably going to be what clicks the most with the rest of this spread. So in the past, we have the Hierophant in the reverse position. This is probably a negative person of influence, whether it's a teacher or a pastor or spiritual leader of any other kind. This is a person in the past who has maybe taken advantage of their leadership. And then in the future, this is Temperance, but in reverse. So maybe a lack of moderation, maybe, excuse me, I'm so sorry. A lack of peace, maybe addiction, could be happening here. But this is near future, so I wouldn't say it's anything so long term as addiction, but it could be like, maybe like a binge eating situation or some kind of binging. It could be just a lack of stability and an inflexibility to going with the flow. So we have in our conscious motivations moving forward the 9 of Swords. 9s are about excuse me, I'm so sorry. Attainment, fulfillment, and fruition. And swords are about, it can be about conflict, but it can also be about communication, making decisions, asserting oneself. And look at her. She has so much contentment. Like, she's waking up feeling fresh. Like, she has asserted herself, and look at all those accomplishments behind her. Like, she is doing the thing. She's doing the damn thing. And then subconsciously, we have the Lovers in reverse. Now this can be the Lovers is very much about partnerships. It's not necessarily romantic. It can just be about close relationships and partnerships. It can also be about decision making, and about considering all options and possible consequences of pursuing certain partnerships or relationships. And since it's in the reverse, I would say that this is about a lack of harmony in a relationship, or maybe a potential warning to really observe those consequences coming up when we see this temperance, or lack of temperance, I should say. And so let me just scoot these over, because I don't need to do it like that, because I can just, yeah, there's room on the mat. I can make space. Yeah, that worked. Anyways, okay. So then we have our modifiers. We got the Knight of Wands and the Attitude. We love to see a Knight in the Attitude. Very go-getter. And it's spiritual. So, like, you're really going out and getting, like, you're doing this spiritual work, you know? You're checking in with yourself, and you're building your belief system, and we love to see that. And then we have in our environment the Wheel of Fortune, which I think this is, I don't know if that's Nikola Tesla. I don't know who that is, but it's in the reverse position. So the Wheel of Fortune is about cycles, and it's about boop, 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 cycles of life. So it could be about, like, you're coming up, or like your environment is very much about, like, oh, well, this cycle is happening, you know, how do I explain this? So it's like, you know, like, a kid is born, you go to school, you graduate, you get married, you have kids, the cycle repeats, that kind of thing. That cycle of life kind of thing. And it's in the reverse, which makes me think that the environment is a blip in the cycle. Either it's something has gone not according to plan, or something is let's see. Or it's just stuck. You're like you're in a cycle, but it's not moving as quickly as you'd like it to. Then we have in the hopes and fears, we have the Two of Wands. Twos are very much about, like, partnership and duality and things like that. Choices. And it's of Wands, so it's looking like there's a choice of a spiritual nature, or you're afraid or looking forward to a choice of a spiritual nature coming up. And I do really like this, because she's holding a globe in this. I don't know if y'all can see. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. But she's holding a globe and really considering the earth and, like, how her choices will impact her. I think when it comes to hopes and fears, you want to do right by the world. Like, that's, like, your heart is really at, like, just doing the right thing. Like, saving the turtles, you know, that kind of thing. Puppy, what you doing? Sorry, my dog is demanding snuggles right now. Hi, puppy. He's a good boy. Okay, and then in the distant future, we see the Four of Cups in the reverse position. Fours being about manifestations, foundations, and stability, and Cups being about emotions and creativity and all of that. So, but this is in the reverse position. So what we see, I know, he's a good little snuggly boy. What we're seeing here is usually when we see Four of Cups upright, it's like a manifestation, like emotional stability, or a stabilizing factor that is of an emotional or creative nature, or maybe like a new idea is just kind of coming out of nowhere, like it's brought to you by the gods kind of thing. This is in the reverse, so it's looking like we're not getting that little miracle idea, we're kind of having to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, which I really hate. And I think what this is all coming back to is, so we have this distant future outcome of, all right, I gotta, excuse me, I'm so sorry. This distant future, Whew. Sorry.
absolutely egregious heartburn right now. I'm okay. So we have this distant future of like, okay, so there's not going to be that miracle idea. We're not going to get that inspiration out of nowhere. We're going to have to kind of figure ourselves out. And I think this comes back to temperance. Like, this is the decision that's kind of leading. This is the decision and the attitude that's leading from I would say a bad situation of like a person in leadership taking advantage of people, or a or just like losing the trust of a trusted elder. Um, Going from that into this kind of bingy attitude, or this attitude of like, yeah, I'm gonna go and pursue something new, but then the action is pursuing like slothfulness, I would say. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'll wait. You let me know when you're back. Okay. All right. Sorry. Um, but I would say definitely avoid this lack of temperance. I think what the reading is getting at, like the thesis of the reading, is saying beware of overindulgence as a form of coping, because this energy can be spent in a more productive manner. And it should, because you're probably not going to get like if you're holding out for a miracle, you're probably not going to get that miracle idea. You're probably going to want a little bit of, you're going to want to plan a little bit and maybe not fly by the seat of your pants. Don't, because temperance, when it's upright, can be about going with the flow. You probably don't want to go with the flow right now. You want to plan things out a little bit more, be a little bit more rigid, I think. Would you like any clarifying cards or have any questions for me or anything like that? Puppy. They're on me. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up then. And thank you so much for letting me do that reading for you. I appreciate your time. So let me go ahead and move on over here. And we're going to do Anuha 333. No problemo. My thing is freaking out. Ah! Alright. So do you have any questions or anything for the deck, or just a general reading? Okay. General, you got it. Ooh, okay. That's 2. Why do I keep squishing it? I need to not do that. There we go.
Come on, man. Give me 4 more. One at a time, though. Alright. Ooh. Oops. Okay, here we go. Excuse me. So we have, in our situation or character card, the universe in reverse. And now this is known in other decks as the world card. And I am gonna need my notes on this one for sure. Okay. So the world is about completion, fulfillment, and greater understanding, and maybe getting ready for the next phase of your journey. This is the last card in the major arcana, so this is like the wrapping up of a story. But this is in the reverse position. So instead of it being the wrapping up of a story, perhaps it's about a new chapter in the story. And it is modified by death. So that, and death very much represents the end of a chapter to start a new one, or the end of a situation to start a new one. Which, by the way, can we just look at this card? That's just a hot card. Anyway, so this is about going from one chapter of your life to the next chapter of your life. So it looks like in the past we've got strength here, and wow, we got tons of major arcana in here. Holy cow. We've got strength here. You've been a very strong person in your past. And then coming up, we have the Chariot in reverse. And the Chariot is about confidence and self-assuredness and overcoming a conflict better off. But it is in the reverse position. So it could be that you overcome you are better off, but it's not... Sorry, I shouldn't do the clicky sounds. You are better for it, for sure. But you might not be as mobile, like upwardly mobile, as you would like coming out of that situation. We're starting this new chapter not necessarily on the best of feet, is what that's saying. So in our conscious motivations, we have the Nine of Cups in the upright position, and she is all about emotional fulfillment and attainment. You are seeking happiness going into this next chapter of your life. Subconsciously, however, we have the King of Pentacles in reverse as our motivators. And this is a highly skilled mentor or adult who's of a very masculine nature, very much like the assertiveness and empowerment of the Emperor. But it's in reverse. And it's also Pentacles, so that's going to be of an earthling nature. This could be... It is interesting how in this deck they use Sitting Bull and General Tubman as the King and Queen of Pentacles, because it can very much be about land and about living situations. So the King of Pentacles here, while a highly skilled adult, because he is in reverse, this can be about a lack of skill or needing to build a skill. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Appreciate y'all. Oh my goodness. And so we have the King of Pentacles in reverse. So there's this this desire to be better, maybe at your job, or desire to have You guys are the cutest. I love it. This desire to be to have more firm footing, I would imagine. And then we have in our attitude position the Four of Swords. Swords is about communication, decisions, and assertiveness. It's very very much about conflict and war, I would say. And it's 4, which is about foundations and stability, but it's inverted, so that's going to be a lack of grounding. So this might be a lack of communication attitude, a indecisiveness when it comes to your foundations, or a lack of foundations, I would say. A lack of assertiveness. Then in our environment, we have the Ace of Cups. Aces are about new beginnings and new journeys, which goes with the what did I say this was? The changing of the seasons here. So this is about a new journey emotionally, this environment. And then we have in our hopes and fears, we have the Hermit in reverse. Now the Hermit is about isolating oneself in order to meditate and look inward. When it's in reverse, it could be an unhealthy introversion into the self. It could be withdrawing from people to not necessarily be alone and away from people, but just an unhealthy self-isolation. And that's very much a fear that's very much a healthy fear. And then we have in the final outcome position the Two of Swords being balance and duality and choices when it comes to communication and making decisions and being assertive. I think what we're seeing here is we have this past of being strong. You're good. You have a great rest of your day, and thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you, Crypto-B. What am I saying here? I was about to say something and I forgot it. It's not in my brain no more. Let's see. So we have this past of strength. We have this near future of a little bit of unstable footing, but you've overcome something. And then we have this distant future of making a choice and asserting oneself. And so when we're looking at this, we want to make sure that we're being aware. If you have any kind of lack of communications issues, we want to check in with those and make sure that we're setting a good communication foundation for ourselves, so that we can communicate those wise ideas that we have. I don't know if that was clear at all. Let me know if you have any questions or anything, or if that's making sense or resonating with you at all. Or if you'd like me to pull a clarifying card. Makes some sense? Okay, that's good. Cool. Do you have any questions or want a clarifying card or anything like that before I move on to the next one? Alrighty, well thank you so much for letting me do a reading for you. I really appreciate your time, and you have a lovely rest of your day. Here we go. Alright, so Ivan the Cheese Goat, you are next. Oh, I have put these in upside down. Okay. Actually, while I'm over there, I'm going to refresh this page. This keeps breaking. There we go. Alrighty. Here's one. So, any question for the deck, or are we just doing a general one, Ivan the Cheese Goat? Next month? You got it. Alright. So, we're going to start that there. Woo! Anything in particular we're looking for in the next month? Maybe relationship? Okay. Okay. Seeing a lot of the same cards today. I wonder if I'm not shuffling them well enough, or maybe just a lot of people got the same things going on. Alright. Oh, okay. So we got some things going on. There's some stuff happening. Okay, so. Give me 1 second. I just need to have a little snack. My blood sugar's starting to plummet. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and close the queue. And then after Tentacola, I'm going to call it. Because I am getting hungry. Okay. So, we have the Ten of Swords, as modified by the Hierophant. Ow, I just stubbed my toe real bad. Oh, Lord. Okay, so tens. Since it's as modified by the Hierophant, I am going to take a look at my other notes on this. Okay. So, we have a couple different kinds of numerology we can be pulling from. We've got numerology that's typically associated with tarot. We also have biblical numerology. Since this is pulling from the Hierophant, there's also like just tons of different kinds of numerology. Are you part of a religious system at all? Because I can try to pull up that numerology set and see if that coincides with anything. Ivan the cheese goat. I'm just asking because it might give a little bit more insight into what's going on. But I can just do the regular. You're a pastafarian? Okay. Let me see if there is pasta. Orion. Numerology. New tab. Incredible. Okay. Got it. Alright, so then we're just going to use this one. Cool. Alright, that's good to know. Because I don't want to, like, put extra sauce on this that isn't going to make sense for your, like, personal beliefs. Because the Hierophant is very much about, like, personal beliefs and, like, leadership within a community, I wanted to make sure that I was tailoring this to you as much as possible. Okay, so the Ten of Swords, we have that's completion, renewal, end of a cycle, when it comes to communication, thoughts, words, actions. And so when we look at this, because it's very much like a war situation, we can see that this guy has taken a beating. He's still alive, but he's got some wounds after the completion of this cycle of communication and conflict and making of decisions. This is modified by the Hierophant, and I have no idea if I put that up correctly or not. If it was reversed, I'm sorry. It's up right now. And so, if it was upright before I picked it up, I'm so sorry. I can't remember if it was upright. Was it facing this direction or was it flipped the other way? Do you know? Were you watching? Okay, sick. Alright, it's gonna be this direction now. That's so funny. Okay, so we have the Hierophant, a person in position of leadership. This can be, it's typically spiritual leadership, because it helps identify you as a person. But it looks like there is some sort of spiritual or personal political belief battle that you're coming out on the other side of, and you've taken some hits. And so we see in the past of this situation, we see the Knight of Cups, somebody who is very emotionally driven to do what they are doing. It's very much they're pursuing a goal, but it's all emotion. It's all excuse me. It's kind of putting the cart before the horse in that way, because it's very emotionally fueled. Excuse me. And then we have in the near future, we do see the Lovers, and that can be romantic, but it can also just be a partnership. This can be like a work relationship. This can be really any kind of harmonious partnership. It can also be a crossroads. And I think that what's coming up here isn't so much a relationship, but it is a crossroads that could potentially lead to a relationship. This is about decision making and you know, considering the outcomes of your decisions. And so we have in our conscious motivations, we have the Chariot in an inverse position. I will say that this is kind of giving me, in this reading, this is kind of giving me more ego vibes, more of like maybe you've got a little bit of a big head motivation, and so you're trying to humble yourself. You know that you've kind of gotten maybe a little too overconfident in the past, and you're trying to pare that down in order to get to this Lover's position. But subconsciously, What's motivating you is the cycles of life. You know, you want to get to certain places in life, but you know, life's kind of kicking your ass a little bit. And don't I feel that? Oh my goodness. So in the attitude, we have the Six of Pentacles, which we've seen before, but I still need to look up because I don't know why. Sixes being harmony, cooperation, and healing. Pentacles being that of material things. This is very much an attitude. Okay, so if we're taking this and juxtaposing it against this, it's like, okay, you know that you need to grow and you are growing in order to get to this. This is definitely a desire. And you've reached this, and there's kind of a feeling of, okay, now that I have financial stability, now that I have some kind of, you know, the ball is kind of rolling up kind of thing, I have more freedom to pursue this thing over here. And then the environment is the Star in reverse. And now the Star is peace and serenity and the calm after a storm and a conflict. But since this is in reverse, it seems like that's being blocked by something. Maybe something is not yet fully completed or wrapped up in order to get you that serenity or peace. We might still be, you know, the last conflict that you came out of in order to get to the Star, that might not be fully wrapped up just yet, which is the environment. Now, in our hopes and fears, we have the Six of Wands, which we've seen before in the first reading of this stream, actually. Sixes, we actually have two sixes here, interesting, in the attitude and in the hopes and fears, both of which are referring to harmony and healing and cooperation, but Wands is that of a spiritual nature and a political nature, whereas the Pentacles is that of a physical nature and material nature. So we're seeing in the hopes and fears a spiritual growth. Maybe you're looking forward to growing as a person, but you're also afraid of reverting back to maybe the person who you were before, or falling into old patterns. And then ultimately we see, if you continue down this path, we see the Ten of Cups in reverse. Ten of Cups is something we really want to see in, like, when we're looking for relationships. Like, this is, because I mean, when we look at this is a happy family, and they're cute, and they're emotionally they feel full and completed, and we want to see that, but it is in reverse, so there's a little blockage that's happening here. I think what's happening, I think just looking at this, the blockage that we're seeing here is maybe a little bit of this ego over here that we need to work on. Maybe a little bit of this cocksureness is trickling into the future and getting in our way of getting this. Or we may be pursuing this, but we need to be pursuing this spiritual completion first, and really understanding who we are, maybe forming arguments against ourselves in order to think critically about our belief systems and things like that. Is any of that resonating with you, or do you have any questions or need a clarification card or anything like that? All right. Well, if you don't have any other questions or anything, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up and move on to our last reading of the day, which is for Tentacola. So let me... Where's my cursor? There it is. Bink. There we go. That's you! Let's get into this. Alright. Any questions for the cards, or are we just doing general? One general? You got it. Just wrapped a con. Oh, okay. Like an anime convention? Or like Comic-Con kind of situation? I don't know why they do those in summer. They're all hot as hell in those costumes. Nice. They should really treat those like, you're totally good. You're totally good. That's one of those things they should really do in winter, though. I mean, like, I know that there's a lot going on in winter, but lordy, y'all get so hot in those costumes. I can't imagine, like, I've seen cosplays of, like, do you remember BioShock? Like, cosplays of Big Daddy and stuff. Like, you know, those guys was boiling. Alright, good night and have fun at work. Alright, here we go. Ooh, okay. You guys, I just remembered I have spicy nuggets from Wendy's in the fridge. Hell yes. Oops. Alright. Whoa. I know, I'm so excited. I'm gonna go absolutely ham on those after this stream. I'm so hungry. I woke up late and then I started the stream late because I'm a mess. And so I didn't eat anything. I've just got like my little coffee biscuits, water and a Coke. Which I need to stop drinking Coke. That's why I'm having heartburn so bad. I need to cut sugar and alcohol. Because I feel like garbo. Come on, give me 2 more cards. Hurry up. There's somebody waiting on us. Thank you. Ooh, okay. Alrighty. Maybe we'll get some Pepto. Jesus. Yeah. Okie dokie. So, we got ourselves a spread. Okay, hang on. Here we go. Okay, so we've got the star in reverse as modified by the Ace of Pentacles. So the star being that serenity after a storm. And it's modified by the Ace of Pentacles, so a new beginning of a financial or material nature. We have, so this could be like, I'm thinking like this is a changing of the seasons, but not so much a whole season, like just a changing of a situation. Oh, what the fuck? I got a cookie on my forehead somehow. Interesting. So this is very much giving, because like, when I look over here in the environment, I don't know if you can see it past me, we have death in the environment. which is about a changing of seasons. So I think this is very much like a shifting point. Something has changed. There's been some sort of like shift of some kind, potentially of a financial nature, that's going on. We have in the past position the King of Pentacles, who is a wise and experienced master of finances and material things. And it's in a reverse position, which means that this is someone who is either lacking mastery or is lacking, like, things are, especially with Sitting Bull here on Money Bank Guy. Yeah, exactly. It could be Money Bank Guy, especially since it is Sitting Bull who is this. It could be a theft of material possession that we're seeing here in this past position. This could be like a theft of land, or you could have experienced some sort of deception in order to get to the shifting point. And it looks like these two are connected because they're both of pentacles. It looks like whatever is shifting was because of a deception. So then we have, in the future, we have the Lovers, and on this Lovers card, it's two women. So it could be a partnership. This could be a harmonious partnership of a, because it's two women, of a very nurturing nature, a very, like, this could be sisterhood, this could be I mean, like, if you're a gay woman, it could just be a cool romantic relationship. It could be, you know, just, it's female energy meeting female energy to create a harmonious partnership in the near future, or in the goal. So we have boop, 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 boop. We have in our conscious motivations the Moon, which is hilarious. I have not said that, but okay, sick. So it's probably more of like a nurturing partnership that we're looking at here. And nurturing on both ends, looking like a mutually beneficial, like, friendship or partnership, which is really neat, and I love that. So we have in our conscious motivations the Moon in a reversed position. So it's looking like, so the Moon is already about the subconscious and illusion. So, and when it's in the reverse position, it means that things have been, when it's upright, it's like things are going to be revealed. When it's reversed, I would imagine it is things have been revealed, or are currently being revealed. Like, you're currently finding things out about, like, maybe whatever this deception was, or and this could be recent past, this could be distant past, who knows? Just in the past, because cards don't have watches. This could be like, you know what, like, these two next to each other, it kind of reminds me of like Family Secrets, when you find out the family secrets and stuff like that. That's kind of the energy that I'm getting from those. But then in our subconscious motivations, we have the Page of Cups, who is an emotionally immature kind of person, but they are pursuing emotional growth. Now, since they're in reverse here, it could be a lack of pursuing emotional growth, which is subconsciously motivating, but that's not necessarily bad, you know? Just because, like, you're not pursuing emotional growth, it could be just, like, just a not right now kind of thing, you know? So in our attitude, we have the Five of Swords, which is about conflict, change, and instability, as it pertains to, like, conflict and communication conflicts, and just direct conflict. So it's a very conflict card. That's why we've got these Peaky Blinders looking motherfuckers right here. And so then in our environment, we have that Death card, very much indicating that this is a transitory time. You're coming from one, like, place to another place. The hopes and fears, we have the Queen of Pentacles, as is represented by General Tubman. And I love, again, these two showing up. We have the King of Pentacles back here in the past, and then the Queen of Pentacles doing something about it over here in the hopes and fears. I think this is definitely a hope more than it is a fear of like, you gotta do something. You know, this is very much like a justice kind of thing. Like, she is saving those people, she's getting them out of there, she's setting people free. I think that's what the hope is in this situation. And then ultimately the outcome, if this goal is pursued, we have the Eight of Wands, which is about mastery, accomplishment, and action of a spiritual nature. Yes. Oh, okay, awesome. Sick. I love to see that. So spiritual, in my opinion, spirituality and politicality are the same thing. Like, your personal beliefs define your politics. So this could be very much like a political victory, or mastery of a political idea or belief system that you have. So what I'm seeing is pursue this nurturing partnership here. And I would say, if you continue with this attitude of, we gonna go get them, and we're gonna fight for what's right, then ultimately it will be very good for you personally, to pursue this thingy, this relationship, or partnership. This really feels like sisterhood, like fraternity. You know what I mean? Like sororities. Like, you know how in Legally Blonde, yes. So like, this feels like, to me, in Legally Blonde, Elle Wood's friendship with, oh my god, what is her name? Oh my god. You make me want a hot dog real bad. Oh my god, what is her name? The nail artist in Legally Blonde. I'm gonna look it up. I'm looking it up right now, because that's gonna bug the snot out of me if I don't know. Jennifer Coolidge's character. Paulette. You're good. But it's very much like that kind of like girls supporting girls energy. Like, you're just uplifting each other. Like, if you pursue like this uplifting one another goal, like, that is for sure, like, you're gonna grow a lot from it. And that's what I'm seeing here. Any questions, or want any clarification cards or anything like that? Legally Blonde is iconic. I love it. It's so good. Also, I really appreciate your active listening. It helps so much, because I'm like, okay, yes, they're still here. Okay, sweet. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for letting me do a reading for you. I really appreciate your time. And that's going to wrap up our readings for the day, because I have got to go eat something or I will pass out and also die. Thank you, everybody, for watching today. And thank you for the subs today. It's just been such a fun day. Just an iconic, incredible day for all of us. And the raid, oh, good times. We love to see it. That's, we love it. So I will see y'all later tonight, when I'm streaming Tears of the Kingdom. You're the best. You're wonderful. And then tomorrow and the next day, I'm going to be doing Tears of the Kingdom as well. I will finish up Doki Doki Literature Club at some point in the future, but for my own mental health, I have to take a break before I go back to it. So yeah, thank you so much everybody for watching. I appreciate all of you. I love you. Mwah. Check out the Discord if you want to get involved in the community. Also, if you're a sub, you have access to private readings, and we can schedule them for whenever works best with your schedule. You have access to a subscribers only channel for scheduling your private reading. You just let me know what your schedule looks like, and I will work something out with you. There's also a public tarot reading request if you decide later on, or if you're watching this as a VOD on YouTube and you're like, oh, I would like to have my tarot read on a video, but I don't really want to schedule anything. I'll just like, whatever. I'm interested, but I'm not like super, I'm not trying to dedicate time to it. That's totally chill. We have the public reading request text channel. Put in, if you go there, there's like a list of information that I need from you, which is basically just like your pronouns if you have a question. Very simple stuff. And then I'll do a public reading for you, and you'll go in the queue, and it'll be easy peasy. And then I think that's everything. Yeah. Oh, also check out my website if you want to see my notes, and if you have any notes on my notes, please let me know, because I am always looking to grow and expand and just expand my mind. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I will see you later tonight. Mwah! Bye-bye for realsies.
Warning. Incoming game. Warning. Incoming. Warning. Incoming game. Warning. Incoming. Warning. Incoming game.